good morning, and welcome to our very sixth CogXtra. I'm Eleanor O'Keefe. I'm the editorial director of CogX, and it is an absolute pleasure to be welcoming you wherever you are tuning in from in the world today. Today, we're going to be looking at CreaTech. That's where the creative industries and tech come together. In all, culture contributes over £100 billion to the UK economy every year. It's obviously enormously important economically, but also culture plays a huge role in our national identity. The UK is absolutely renowned for its films, for its comedy, fashion, art, heritage, culture, advertising, the list goes on. It's been a very tumultuous few months for the cultural sector. Some organizations have thrived digitally, finding new models of working and exploring, and others are stumbling to find their feet. Today, we're going to be looking at all sorts of different questions. We're going to be looking at the green shoots for the landmark creative organizations. We're going to look at how the music industry is changing, and we're going to look at how businesses can take advantage of creativity for competitive advantage. And we're going to discuss the government's unprecedented support for the cultural sector. I'd just like to remind you that you can post your questions for our speakers on the CogX platform. You can also there explore the expo area, which has loads of amazing and interesting organizations listed on it, and you can post messages to them. And then also you can connect with each other. We would love to encourage you to talk amongst yourselves. So please do some networking, reach out, meet a few new people, and make the most of your time with us. So kicking off this morning, we're absolutely delighted to be welcoming the man who is tasked by the government with overseeing the £1.57 billion rescue package for the cultural sector. Neil Mendoza is Commissioner for Cultural Recovery and Renewal. He's also the Provost of Oriel College, Oxford. And he's going to be in conversation with the broadcaster and journalist, Penny Smith. Penny, are you there?
I am indeed. Thank you very much, Eleanor. And yes, thank you. Welcome to all of you for joining us today. And Neil is in this marvelous new world of meeting in cyberspace. Good morning to you. And if we kick off with the big question, of course, which is how difficult was it to get the government to hand over that cash to a sector which has been so badly hit because of the need for social distancing?
That really is actually quite a big question. It was difficult because when you're dealing with the handing out of taxpayers' money, there are an enormous number of competing demands from it, not just for the cultural sector, but for every sector, for education, for defence, for transport, for hospitality. But in the case of culture, and I think this has been certainly in throughout Europe, we've seen this, it's been hit so badly compared to other sectors. The only other sector which is hit as badly as culture was hospitality. And it's because the whole essence of culture involves the lack of social distancing, involves pushing people together. And that's how culture is experienced. And so the whole of what is a fantastic cultural sector in the UK has been massively disrupted by having its entire income removed. And what was tragic about it was that the more successful the organization, the less dependent an organization was on government support or on or even on philanthropic support, the more vulnerable they were to have their commercial income taken away. So it was quite tricky because when you go to the government and you say, we need a special deal for culture, they go, well, we can't do a special deal for you. And but in the end, after a lot of argument and a lot of discussion across government departmts, what became rapidly apparent, and actually to many people's surprise, because it is a conservative government, it's a government that is focused on an issue like Brexit, there is actually a government that is very, very culture friendly. And it goes right to the top. The Prime Minister is a sort of a scholar, sort of cultural figure, as well as being a politician. The head of policy at number 10 was a former deputy mayor for culture under Boris Johnson. The Secretary of State for culture is obviously very keen on it, Matt Hancock, the health secretary, was a former Secretary of State for Culture. So what you have kind of overall is a lot of enthusiasm and understanding for the plight of culture. And I'm gonna keep talking, because actually what was so interesting about it was to see, actually it's even more than that, is that even in a tiny way, in a tiddly way, the fact that they created my role and making a curriculum for cultural recovery and renewal, which is a role created jointly by Downing Street and by the Department for Culture, Media and Sport, Digital Culture, Media and Sport, is testament to the fact that they really care about it. And it means that I could work with the Secretary of State at Culture, Oliver Dowden, the people at Number 10, the people at the Treasury, people at the Cabinet Office, to really get across how important this was and how necessary it was for the UK. And in the end, what everybody began to understood, that it was important to rescue culture, not only for its own sake, because it's a good thing, but because culture is so important for society, for economic growth, for the UK's soft power, for the sense of community in towns and cities across the country. So,
yeah, and also for people's mental health. It's so good for mental health. It's, you know, if you think about the things, for example, which work terribly successfully, weirdly, in prisons, for example, you get people who do drama, and it is incredibly helpful. So there's all those other positives. Now, we could only concentrate on the terrible situation for many people in the arts, but how about we concentrate first of all on the positives? I mean, here I am, I mentioned at the beginning about working in cyberspace. Let's talk about the positives. How has that sort of side of it, the digital world, helped?
Yeah, I think that is interesting. I don't want to downplay the negative, because I think, as you know, because Penny's partner is an actor, you know how devastating this has been for people across the creative and cultural sectors. But as you also say, there have been some positives. And while it's hard to understand, I'm sure that the audience watching this will know that in the digital world, things are absolutely booming in certain areas, like in, for example, e-gaming, or the new ways that digital is being used for Netflix or Amazon, all these new platforms that are doing extremely well. So I think there are definitely some exciting things going on. And one of the things that I'm trying to do actually is you mentioned I have a university connection. Well, I formed a new venture which is linking the Department of Digital Culture, Media and Sport with an organisation called the AHRC, which is the Arts and Humanities Research Council, which funds universities around the UK. And we've got a joint project now which is urgently looking at exactly what's going on in this area. We want to look at what's happening to audiences, what are they expecting and enjoying. We want to see what cultural organisations are doing, and we want to see what kind of technologies are having an impact. And I really feel that we're in the foothills of what's beginning to happen. So, for example, I was watching a theatre in St Albans doing a musical on Zoom the other day, and it just feels, and it was actually brilliant. It was really, really good fun, but it also feels so early, and and we can't wait to see what kinds of things are going to come out of this.
I suppose that's the problem, though, isn't it? It's about how you monetize these things, because right at the beginning, I mean, I don't know about you, but I love opera. And so it was really heartening to see the opera houses suddenly putting on past performances for free. The point is, it's about monetizing. And even if you monetize in a small amount when you're doing that sort of thing, it in no way replaces the vast amount of money which is needed to keep everything running.
But I think if we do the right thing, I think people will pay. I mean, we could never have conceived just how many platforms and devices people will now pay for to get content. I know whether you had that experience, but every time I sit down at home to watch something on the television, I don't seem to have the right platform. I seem to have to subscribe to something else. And I think people will pay. And when people are surveyed, we know that something like 80 or 90% have said they will pay for digital content. At the moment, they're actually not doing that, partly because a lot of digital content is being offered for free.
Yeah.
But the right digital content, of course, people will pay for it. I have absolute confidence that they'll do that.
Yeah. There's also this, the whole thing about Rishi Sunak, the chance of doing that Eat Out to Help Out. And at the beginning, everybody was a bit dismissive and said, no, it won't work. And then, by golly, it did.
Yeah, no, it was a tremendous thing. It's something that I know that, well, I know it's an incredibly successful thing, and it really helped get hospitality back, didn't it? I mean, and obviously now that things are a bit trickier, and with the curfew, it's a bit of a blow for the hospitality sector. But I think Eat Out to Help Out was exactly the right thing. And what it really did was, it wasn't just giving money away; it was bringing confidence back to a sector, bringing confidence back to people to go back to go out again and to mix. So I think it really was extremely successful. And I'd love to do something similar at some point for the performing arts.
A seat out to help out.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Because it is partly it is the confidence issue. It's that word is that some people can't wait to get back, but a lot of people are still quite fearful and need some encouragement. And I think if they begin to see that people are going back, then I think that would really help.
Do you think that there will be a scenario, though, where, say, for example, there's a vaccine, but it doesn't come in for quite a while, and certainly it doesn't make people feel completely safe about going out and mixing as we used to in the olden days, 2019. But do you think that we're going to end up with a position? People so often say that the arts is elitist and that it's because it's expensive.
Yeah.
I would say it's not always. But do you think we're going to end up possibly in a situation like, for example, in the United States, where if you want to go and get a ticket on Broadway, frankly, you have to mortgage your house, but they do depend on philanthropy?
Well, I sort of go back, because a lot of people think that culture is only about the sort of the expensive performing arts, and of course that's fantastic. But the culture that we're looking at across the UK is every single type of culture. So it includes heritage culture, which might be wildlife centres, or ruined castles, or cathedrals, or steam railways, incredibly popular things. Or maybe even places like where you went yesterday, when you went owling and hawking. And then we've also got the entire museum sector across the country that we're looking at. So a lot of it is not necessarily expensive stuff. And I think that is, and these are all things that people really, really like to do. So you mentioned the idea of when the vaccine, how long the vaccine is going to take, and what that's going to mean. I suppose we just don't really know. I mean, speaking from Oxford University, I'm with no inside knowledge whatsoever, but I'm quietly confident that the Oxford vaccine will work. And but I don't know. Don't buy shares on the basis of that. But I'm confident that we will have that vaccine, and probably others next year, and that we will be able to get people vaccinated by it. But it may well take until the summer before that sort of thing can happen.
You see, you mentioned the university, of course, and there will be many people who have decided to go to university because they wanted to move into the arts. At the moment, it's very difficult to see where people are going to end up, isn't it? There's no clear-cut road anymore now that this pandemic has derailed so many of us.
Yeah, but the demand for art and culture isn't going to go away. So I think that, in a way, for younger people, they've got an incredible, exciting opportunity ahead of them. When we come out of this, and we will come out of it, there are two schools of thought, aren't there? There's a school of thought which says nothing's ever going to be the same again in any sector. And so therefore, in terms of disruption and all kinds of new things, young people with no overheads, with no baggage attached to them, will be able to have an amazing opportunity to find new things to do. And there's the second school of thought, which is, no, it's all going to be, of course, it's all about life. What we like to do as a species is come together. And so when we can, we will. When I look around the UK and you think of, I don't know, just festivals, and just think how much people care about not only music festivals, but food festivals and history festivals, and people just want to gather and squish together in places. So I think that live won't go away, and I think that although digital will play a huge part, and I'm sure a lot of the people watching this in the digital world or in the AI world will be thinking, I wonder what we can do. How can we help? And I think we will be looking to technology to come up with amazing solutions, because certainly the pandemic has opened up a whole new world. I mean, the fact that we're talking together and broadcasting from the Isle of Wight and from Oxford is amazing. Semi-professionally.
It is, and also necessity is the mother of invention, and some of the best shows that I've ever seen have been tiny. I went to see Sweeney Todd in a pie shop in Tooting. It was incredibly tiny, and yet it was one of the best Sweeney Todds I've ever seen. Let me talk about something that you're involved in, where IT does come in, which is called the Illuminated River. Tell me about that.
Okay, the Illuminated River is an extraordinary project. If anyone wants to Google Illuminated River London, they can have a look. It's a charity, and it's a charity that I'm chair of. And what it's doing is lighting all the bridges of central London, but as an art installation. And we've got this brilliant artist called Leo Villarreal from America, who did a big project that people may remember on the San Francisco Bay Bridge. And we're using the latest LED technology to light each individual bridge of London, all the way from London Bridge to Westminster and beyond. And it's just a wonderful project because it's a great example of what philanthropy can do. It's a great example of a gift to London, but it's also art, and it's also a practical public realm project that will last for a generation for these bridges that need to be lit. And it's it's a kinetic, beautiful, beautiful installation.
If I come back to something that we talked about right at the top, that Eleanor mentioned actually about this £1.75 billion package.
Yeah.
Problem is, whenever you give a huge slab of money, everybody says, me, 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 me. But who gets a slice of the pie? And that is another difficult thing, isn't it? Because why should one organisation get money to help them survive, whilst another organisation that feels it is utterly important as well, and probably is, does not?
Yeah, it is quite tough. It's 1.57 billion, actually, not one.
Sorry, did I say 7.5?
What's 200 between friends anyway?
Okay.
No, it is taken extremely, extremely seriously. Again, we're giving out government money. We're giving money out to thousands of organisations, so it does have to be handled very carefully. And in the UK, the government delegates the responsibility for sifting through the applications and choosing them to what we call arm's length bodies. And in this case, they're the Arts Council, Historic England, the British Film Institute, and the National Lottery Heritage Fund. So they come together, they come up with all their suggestions and recommendations against a whole range of criteria. And we don't really have sufficient time to go into that here, but
of course.
There are a lot to make a difference, and definitely choices have to be made. And we know that a large part of the cultural sector won't survive, and that we will lose lots of organisations because there isn't enough money to save everybody. And then they put all the recommendations go into something called the Cultural Recovery Board, on which I sit, which is chaired by somebody called Sir Damon Buffini, and we will make sure that it all makes sense and get the money out as quickly as we can.
Yeah. Now, we've got some questions coming in. Ella says, what do you think is the most important thing to get right going forward?
Right. Well, that could apply to anything.
Well, I suppose, can I just say what I would say is that being, as I am, sort of rather steeped in the art world because of so many friends of mine, I would say actually the things that we need to make sure that we don't lose are all the skills, the small, almost what you would sort of call the periphery skills. You know, there will always be people who just want to act, and it is their passion, and they will act. The sort of the big jobs, as it were. You know, there will be people who want to be directors or or people who work in films, but it's the small things that sometimes I worry that will get lost.
I think that's right, and but that actually is one of the criteria that we're looking at. We're looking at the preservation and fostering of skills. So, for example, in the heritage area, we want to make sure that we don't lose all those incredible skills of stonemasons and carpenters and thatchers and master plumbers and all those sorts of things that we need to keep all those sorts of organisations going. So there is quite a big chunk of the money is going into projects which will involve skills.
Yeah. How do you think, this is from Mark, how do you think we can install enough confidence in the public to leave their homes and enjoy culture and entertainment? Well, that's a big one.
I think by setting an example, there is a large, I think maybe again, to simplify, I think the world divides up into two types of people. those who can't wait to get out and go and enjoy it and will do regardless, and those who are still fearful. And I think the fearful will follow, but they'll perhaps follow more slowly.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because when you think about it, people are still going on planes, and you're in close contact with somebody in a sealed unit.
That's right.
And yet people are still prepared to do that. So, you could argue that depending on the theatre, the cinema, the museum, or whatever else. I mean, I've got friends who, for example, are rather enjoying the way that museums are operating at the moment, because a successful show doesn't mean that you have 50 people crowded around one particular big painting, if you like, and they actually feel that they get more time, and that actually it seems to be working quite well, for example.
Well, we will be doing, and also the government will be running lots of pilot studies in places in performing arts and other areas and in stadia, looking at taking audiences in, tracking them, making sure they're tested beforehand, and seeing what happens as a result. And I'm quietly confident that that will show some very good results, because I think places are now so good at protecting people.
Yeah. Also, I'm rather enjoying how clean everything is, and the fact that people are washing their hands. I know there's one place, for example, where they said they didn't.
I think that's you.
Simon says, do you feel optimistic about the future of the arts?
Yeah, yeah, yes, I do. Of course I do. The arts won't go away. Nothing can stop the human craving and need for culture, from from high culture to low culture and everything in between. It means an enormous amount. So of course it can't go away. It's like air. I mean, it's like, it's like breathing. I'm extremely optimistic about it, but that doesn't belittle the fact that we're going through an incredibly tough stage at the moment for people in this sector, as we are for people, across the entire economy. I can't remember. I think it was this week the Chancellor said we've lost 750,000 jobs so far, and we will lose more. So it's impossible to protect everybody.
Well, Vanessa says, will 1.57 billion be enough? I'm sure you'd say no.
Well, the 1.57 billion is designed to it was designed to take people to just into the end of the government's financial year, which is at the end of March. Then we'll also be looking at the spending review here and the budget and all sorts of things as we move ahead in the next few months, and as we see how this pandemic pans out. We'll have to work out whether it's going to be enough.
Yeah. I've got another question. Can I ask Neil a university question? As Provost of Oriel, do you think the sector's done enough to prepare for the return of students?
Yeah, I'm a little bit blinkered on that, because I'm looking outside at the college right now. So I'm only in that area. I'm only in my own little world and in the world across the University of Oxford. And we've only had students back for about 3 days, but I can't tell you how much care and preparation and serious reflection and running of scenarios has taken place to make sure that we're as ready as we can be for what will happen. But you can imagine in a place like Oxford, every college is different, every building is different, every staircase is different, and you have to really think about it. So we've certainly done the preparation. Yeah. I think it will go well. So far, it's okay.
There's an anonymous one. What happens if theatres cannot return to full capacity?
Well, if there's a different definition of capacity, don't know. I mean, they will. B, they will either have to charge more or use the dressing up box and not spend, and spend less on productions.
Yeah,
I think that, every single cultural organisation has a different model for how they operate. Some, some are sort of, giant musicals that cost tens of millions of pounds to put on and tour the world. Some are small museums in a village or a town, and they have a completely different operating model. So I think we can't say, if we just change one aspect of it, like the capacity and how many seats they can put in, it's we have to look at the whole thing in the round.
Yeah, and also, I don't know whether we've mentioned music very much, but music, of course, is also a massive thing, and there have been comments recently in the papers about the fact that we might lose so many orchestras just because how difficult it is to keep everybody to a standard, to keep them going, and we'll lose them to other jobs.
It's really, really hard. Yeah. I don't deny that. And I think it is tough. But when I'm, I'm looking down the list as I see it, and I can see that orchestras will be playing. The government's been doing quite a lot of work with the amazing Bournemouth Symphony Orchestra, and I'm quite hopeful there. I'm seeing Liverpool Philharmonic opening, London Symphony is doing some work, but I think it is definitely going to be very tough.
Yeah.
I always think it's going to be okay in the end.
Yeah, and there are some things which do work better, I think, not work better, but they work quite well on screen. For example, if you're watching something and it's a two-hander from a theatre, that's a little different to watching a full orchestra or an opera, where you want that surround sound experience. You want it blowing your ears off and making this massive noise, and no matter how much you turn up the sound bar or the sound on the computer, it isn't the same.
It isn't, but again, if we're thinking about tech and digital, I went to the ENO's drive-in production of La Boheme the other day, and that was just a fantastic example of what can happen and what might happen in the future. You drive in your car, you pay £110 per car to go in, so it's not free. There are giant screens. You're listening to the opera by tuning in on your radio, and you can see it in front of you, and it was just fantastic. It's just an incredible sort of all-round amazing experience. And it felt like a very communal activity. Instead of clapping, you flash your lights or beat
the horn. Yeah. Yeah. There's been a recent call for a centre of AI and culture. Do you think that's a good idea?
Yeah, of course. And that's an area that our department, the Department of Digital Culture, Media and Sport, covers AI policy, and it's an area that the UK is particularly interested in as we leave, or as we move on with leaving the European Union and getting on with post-Brexit policy. It's also something that we're really interested in at Oxford University. We've just set up a whole department looking into the ethics of AI here. So, it's a very interesting area.
Interesting. Now, you did bring up the thorny issue of Brexit.
Me too.
Let's just briefly talk about that then, because it does seem for many people, for example, a lot of filming is often done in Europe for various reasons, and that, of course, is going to be much more difficult in the future for people in Britain. But let's look again. I don't know about. Well, I know you. I know that you like to look at the positives. Let's look at the positives.
Well, I think the positives are certainly on filming. Listen, we mentioned Netflix earlier. We know that the demand for stuff is now insatiable, and there's been a hiatus and a pause in production. Production is only now just being able to get going towards the end of the year in the UK. So I think there's going to be an enormous amount of work, because we just need so much stuff to fill the platforms that are now available to us, that if I was starting out now, if I was younger, I would move straight into starting a production company, because I think that's just where the demand is going to be. So I think the UK is very well placed to benefit from that, because obviously, as you know, we have a giant film and television industry here.
Yeah, and actually, they have been working in terms of productions. They seem to have got that a bit more sorted in terms of people being tested for COVID all the time. They do certain bubbles. I know that, for example, you get the sort of bubbles of 4 who then are allowed. Some of them have come together, but only after they've been isolated. So there are things. I mean, my goodness, it's a logistical nightmare. I can only imagine the graphs. Yeah,
and the Chancellor really helped here. So the Treasury is providing a special COVID insurance for the film and television sector, because otherwise it was very hard for them to get going on the basis that you couldn't have a production if it might have to be shut down.
Yeah, and I think that was a brilliant idea. Now, we've got the poll results, which is this seat out to help out, and 73% of people would participate in it, 27% wouldn't. So that's, again, that sounds like a good result.
That is a very good result. But this audience is probably, this audience, I suspect, is a very forward-looking, enthusiastic, bold, sort of entrepreneurial group, and they may not necessarily reflect the whole population, but I think that's a fantastic number, And well, that's great. Well, maybe I can take that back to the office and encourage politicians to get going and think about how we could get that scheme going.
Yeah. I mean, is that the sort of thing that happens then? Is something like that comes up and then you go, look, this is what happens. How, come on, do it now.
Might have to be a little bit more scientific than that.
Yeah, I bet. Finally, I suppose I should say, I should have introduced you as Lord Neil Mendoza. Is that the right way round?
I don't really know. It's all a bit new. Yes, I have been given a peerage, or whatever you're supposed to say about it, but which I think is a good thing, because that will enable me to represent culture in the House of Lords effectively as a politician as well.
Yeah, so, and of course, yes, you get your big maiden speech, which presumably is going to be about what? You thought?
I don't know, Penny. Well, maybe you can help me write it. Maybe it will be about culture. I hope so.
Thank you so much for taking time out anyway, Lord Mendoza. Is it all? Lord Mendoza.
Way up.
Thank you so much for joining me, and thank you to our lovely audience. Thank you. Have a good morning. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Penny, Lord Mendoza. Congratulations on your elevation. That was really, really fascinating, and so generous of you to give us that sort of look under the hood of what's going on in government and the cultural and renewal fund. There is a very important hashtag going on, which is called #HereForCulture. And I think it's really important that all of us get behind the cultural sector and show our support for it. So if you would like to pick up that hashtag and slap it onto your next tweet, preferably even about the wonderful insights you've just heard now, that would be absolutely brilliant. We have a short break before we're back here at 10 a.m. For a session with the Boster Group, which is going to be bringing together some very serious and very senior cultural figures to talk about future revenue models. This leaves you time, of course, to visit the expo, to connect with each other, and generally to plan the rest of your day. So please do join us back here at 10 a.m. Hello, welcome back to CogXtra. My name is Eleanor O'Keefe. I'm the editorial director of CogX, and I'm absolutely delighted to be welcoming you to this virtual platform from wherever you are in the world, and also to be introducing this next session. This week, we're focusing on Createch, where technology and creativity come together. And this next section is addressing the absolute most vital question for our large landmark organizations. It's called Revenue and Resilience, Harnessing Digital Business Models in the Cultural Sector. And it's been put together by the extraordinary Boster Group. So the Boster Group is one of the world's leading independent consultancies. They build partnerships between global companies, arts institutions, and social impact foundations. They've overseen the transfer of over $75 million to national cultural and social impact partners. And they play an absolutely vital role in ensuring that arts organizations survive and thrive. Before I hand over to the extraordinary Susan Boster, let me just remind you that you can send questions for speakers on the CogX platform. And it's also there that you can visit our expo and meet some of the organizations that have been involved with CogX over the last few months. You can also connect with your fellow attendees in the audience. So although you see me on screen, do be aware that there are many watching from around the world, and you can connect with them. It is, as we all know, time to embrace all things tech. So do give it a go and get networking and exploring. So it's time to bring on the wonderful Susan Boster, who will introduce you to our panel of amazing people that she has brought from all over the world. Susan, thank you so much for doing this. It's always a pleasure to have you with us. And we are as big fans of yours as you seem to be of CogX. So thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you, Eleanor. And good morning, everyone. Huge welcome to this very, very special panel, which we're delighted to deliver today for the CogXtra event in collaboration with the brilliant CogX team. We have been partnered with CogX for years, and I do remember the first moment I met Tabs Goldstaub on a bit of we were on poofs inside the Female Quotients Lounge at the World Economic Forum, and it was instant friendship, and we're thrilled, again, to be here today. And I'm really happy to be introducing you to some amazing panelists who are going to join me today to delve into the cultural sector's move to digital business models and what the future might have in store. But first, I wanted to give a very special thank you. We've already been introduced as Boster Group. Maggie, Georgina, Alex, thank you guys, because you guys have helped behind the scenes, and you're behind the scenes right now to make all this happen. The past decade has seen rapidly changing patterns in culture and creative industries' use of digital for income generation. At one end of the scale, digital platforms are providing small-scale creators with a wealth of new opportunities to embark on creative careers. YouTube, Instagram, Etsy, the Dots, all platforms which are empowering creatives to monetize their work and collaborate on bigger projects. At the other end, large arts institutions are partnering with tech companies to engage with new audiences and adapt to new means of digital engagement and consumption. Whether those are digital seats in theaters or exhibitions you can explore from your own sofa. Digital technology has the power to diversify both revenue sources and audiences. So this shift is being enabled by technological improvements and increased accessibility to digital tools and resources. But it also requires three things. One, innovative thinking from cultural institutions and the decision makers at the board and executive levels. Two, corporate social investment and targeted private financial investment to turn ideas into reality. And when I say corporate social investment, I'm also speaking to some of our great philanthropists out there. If you guys haven't seen it, there was an article one of our panelists brought to my attention yesterday in the FT talking about some of our greatest philanthropists from Lloyd Dorfman through to John Stadinsky. A lot of these folks are doing it too through their private work as philanthropists, in addition to the corporations. And 3, government support and forward-thinking policies to enable both institutions and individuals to make the most of new technology. For some of you who tuned in earlier, you would have heard from Lord Neil Mendoza on how he's doing that through the cultural recovery that he is overseeing for our government. Now, in this environment, shifting to digital revenue models can no longer be a pipe dream. It's essential for the cultural sector's revival. For UK arts institutions, donations from individuals are down 63%. Visitor numbers at some of our greatest arts institutions are down 85%. And swaths of theaters, music venues, and galleries are closing their doors permanently. Freelancers who make up half of the creative workforce can expect to see more than 250,000 roles terminated by the end of 2020. So faced with such uncertainty around the business models that many institutions have relied on for centuries, the need to adapt and innovate is more pressing than ever before. So what does the future have in store for the sector? How can organizations and individuals adapt their business models to fully harness digital platforms? What does the creative of the future look like? And what role can policymakers, tech companies, investors, and cultural institutions play in ensuring that the sector can innovate, adapt, and move forward in an increasingly disrupted world? Joining me to answer these questions are 4 leading voices from the worlds of arts, technology, finance, and policy. All offer unique perspectives on the current state of the cultural sector and what might be in store for those utilizing digital platforms for income generation. Kicking off with Kara Madoff-Barnett. She's a cultural powerhouse. I was introduced by Yana Peel to her years ago, and we were instant girlfriends. She is also a Tony Award-winning theater producer and a former senior executive at Lincoln Center. She's been the executive director of ABT, of the American Ballet Theater, one of the world's greatest dance companies, since 2016. Good morning. Hey.
Good morning. Hi, everyone.
Next up is Suhair Khan. Suhair is an expert on the interspace between technology and culture. Formerly head of Google projects for Google Arts and Culture, Suhair now leads on various strategic initiatives for Google, including a new sustainability platform for the global fashion industry, as well as serving on boards of numerous arts organizations. Good morning, Suhair. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, Susan. Thank you.
Next up is Andrea Sullivan. She is the head of International Environment, Social, and Governance, as we all call it, ESG these days, at Bank of America, a banking behemoth that is one of the world's most significant arts funders. And I thank you, Andrea, and I thank Rena DeSisto out of New York. You guys are awesome. At the start of this year, the bank actually teamed up with Nesta and other partners, including the Arts Council, to create the world's largest impact investment fund for the creative arts. Good morning, Andrea.
Good morning, Susan. It's a pleasure to be here.
Awesome. And finally, joining this powerful cohort of women, we have Ed Vaizey, now the Lord Vaizey of Didcot. Ed was the Member of Parliament for Wantage for 14 years until 2019 and served as the government's Culture and Digital Minister from 2010 to 2016, becoming the longest serving minister in the role. Ed, thank you for all your service to our country, and thank you for being here this morning.
It's an honor to make the cut.
You made it all right. So thank you all so much for joining me, and now on to our questions. I promised Kara, because she's actually dialing from North Carolina at about 5 o'clock in the morning, I think it is for her, I wouldn't start with her, but this is to all of you. And what I wanted to ask is, you all have vast experience working with leaders in the arts and creative industries over the years. How have you seen the sector's models for income generation evolve? And how have organizations shifted towards monetizing digital platforms? Ed, can I hit you first on that one?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure, of course. So how have you seen the sector's models for income generation evolve over the years? And how have you seen organizations shift towards monetizing digital platforms?
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm obviously behaving like it's 5 a.m. here, so I'll try and be more on it from now on, Susan. I think, to be blunt with you, Susan, I'm not sure it has evolved as much as I would have liked to have seen it evolve. I think that, I was the culture minister, but also the tech minister. So I had a feet in two very different camps. And my challenge to the world of culture was always to adopt the innovative thinking of the tech world. Now, people in tech can be extremely irritating and quite smug, but actually, I find at least that they are constantly thinking about how to upend traditional business models because of that thing we hold in our hand, the iPhone or the Samsung phone and the iPad, because they recognize that a lot of people live their life on screen, whereas the arts are very wedded, understandably, to live performance and audiences and gathering, the static museum display through to the live performance of music and ballet. And that is totally understandable, and I wouldn't want to undermine that. But I would like to see the arts try to reach out more digitally. Now, having said that, of course, every business and every aspect of our lives is digital, and that goes without saying. So, of course, you will now see museum exhibitions produce a video that people can watch. You'll see performing arts organizations have online performances or supporting material that supports the work that they do so that audiences can dive deeper. But there's still, I think, a long journey to using data in the way that businesses use data, and to really putting digital not as an afterthought, but very much alongside the bread and butter of live performance and static exhibitions. So, as I say, I think it would be impossible for arts organizations not to have somehow adopted digital, and a lot of museums, for example, have chief digital officers, but I'm not sure where they are in terms of actually having a meaningful revenue stream from digital in the way that many businesses, say a parallel business like media now, have been able to achieve.
Suhair, could I move over to you on that question?
Yeah, so hi everybody, great to see you all. Yeah, so for me this is really exciting. I mean, I think obviously it's a horribly challenging moment for cultural institutions in terms of their existing business models, but it's also a social moment, a political moment where culture is actually being defined and redefined in the online space. We're already now living our lives online in so many ways, and I don't know how far we're going to go back. And so I think we're going to experience culture similarly. I think cultural institutions are starting to integrate into this story and thinking about how digital is not just something that they do on the side, but how it becomes more and more central to how they work, how art is created and presented. You're seeing a lot more, for example, mini concerts on social media. Instagram, for example, you see like mini operas taking place. You'll see a lot more YouTube content. You'll see a lot more kind of revenue generation from advertising on the websites of museums and cultural institutions, and of course partnerships, outside of the cultural sector, which you mentioned also briefly, Susan. So I think it's actually a moment where you suddenly have a global stage for a lot of cultural institutions that didn't have those audiences, and it's a time to lean into that and hopefully follow through with integrating digital into ways that cultural institutions work to eventually monetize in a way that's far more embedded than is currently the case.
Suhair, thanks for that. And I'm wondering if I can shift over to Cara now, because you guys are doing it in America, aren't you? And you did this very early on at ABT.
We're certainly trying. And I think that there's a big difference with institutions that have large libraries of archival content, performing arts organizations that have captured full-length performances in HD of everything that they've done for the past decade. And then those of us like ABT that thought, you know what, we'll get to that one day. Right now we're interested in the ephemeral and the live experience, and you had to be there. And now all of a sudden in this paradigm and in this context, it's okay, now it's a kick in the pants, right? Let's get going and let's create exciting digital content. And what we're doing at ABT, and I think at many other organizations that are creating compelling content, is we're getting into the test kitchen and we're inviting our artists in. So this isn't a time necessarily for the institution to step back and take time and create this grand strategy. I think it's time for testing and learning rapidly. And for us, the best ideas have been coming from our 90 dancers who are innovative and entrepreneurial, and we're partnering with them to nurture and to incubate their ideas and to help them find the right distribution platforms, the right brand partners, so that we can reach the widest possible audience, which is what we're called to do in our mission, is to bring the art form of ballet to the widest possible audience. Now we have the opportunity to do that, and we have what I call COVID cover to try things. And it's a very exciting time because we can create content that's not only artistically excellent, but that also is more human, more intimate. We can invite our viewers and our fans and our audiences into that test kitchen with us and show them the process and introduce them to what I call the superhumans, the artists who make this company the extraordinary institution that it is. But they really have to be our co-creators and our thought partners as we innovate.
The wonderful Leonardo exhibition that you sponsored, that the bank sponsored over at the Louvre, and how it wasn't just the exhibition, but there was the whole other VR experience happening with HTC. But can you speak to it as on behalf of the bank? Like, how are you seeing these models changing?
Yeah, sure. Well, I think, as everyone said, digital was already here when the pandemic hit, but the pandemic has really accelerated the evolution for the cultural sector. We work with large theater organizations, as you know, some of which, like the NT, have done just as Cara suggested. They have broadcast some of the greatest material that we have in the UK out over YouTube. They had 20 million views. Now that was free, but it has propelled them into thinking about the potential commercial opportunity. And with the Abbey Theatre in Ireland, they actually created new material and put that out at a ticketed price over the digital. And that's been so successful that they have renewed the season. So I think there's light in the way that digital can help the business models of the cultural institutions. I looked at this question more holistically over time because I've been in this area working with the arts for 20 years for various companies. I think the partnership models have evolved. It's very important for the organizations and for their funders to have a mutually beneficial relationship where both parties build the model. So sharing ideas, sharing skills, talent. I think, the bank has offered HR help, marketing help, digital help through our tech employees for arts organizations, and the arts organizations themselves have been instrumental in coming into the buildings. Well, actually we've done it over virtual, and running courses on confidence, presence, and some of the real skills that these artists have that we could all use. And the other thing that I just want to say as far as evolution of business models is the arts organizations are increasingly looking to diverse pools of capital. They know they need to do that to support their growth. You've mentioned it, Susan, about philanthropy can't be the sole source of revenue. And they're using digital tools like crowdfunding. There are social investment funds and even developing endowment funds that has been supported through the Heritage Lottery Fund over the past years through a match. So I think everyone's trying to really push the boat out on creativity using digital where they can.
Thank you so much, Andrea. And on what you're talking around, the social investment, I just want to go over to Ed because Ed, I'd love it if you could touch on the Digital R&D Fund with Nesta that you helped set up with the Arts Council England. And when you set that up, what did you set out to achieve with that fund? And where do you feel like it is now, and what more can government be doing?
So it goes back really to my opening remarks, which were a little downbeat compared to the optimism and enthusiasm of the other panelists. That's the trouble of asking me to speak first. I would change my tone after those brilliant remarks that followed me. But the Digital Art Fund is exactly on point in terms of my opening remarks, because it was about me feeling very strongly that cultural organizations were not engaging with the world of tech, and I wanted to provide a sort of formal platform that meant that cultural organizations had to think hard about what tech could bring to their organization. So we set up a relatively small fund, and we did it with Nesta, which is it's got a huge endowment, Nesta, but it was set up by the government, the National Science and Technology and the Arts Organization, and the Arts Council itself, which is the organization in the UK that funds a lot of arts organizations. And the idea was to do experiments with arts organizations about tech, and companies like Punch Drunk, Immersive Theatre Company, looked at virtual reality. Other companies looked at how you use social media and data. And there is a report out that was published in the sort of mid-2010s and some case studies. But as far as I'm aware, that hasn't really been followed through, which I find a bit disappointing. My dream, which again has not been realized, and maybe the wrong dream, was for the Arts Council to sort of have an arm which was a sort of a pool of best practice and development, so that any arts organization that wanted to say, who are the interesting people we could talk to about doing X, Y, or Z in tech, would get introduced to both case studies and examples of best practice and good people to talk to. So it can potentially cover everything from the customer experience, the experience of the audience, through to how you might enhance or differentiate the live experience, as I say, given that we all live on our screens. So that's what I tried to do. And Andrea will know as well that we also set up a social impact fund, thanks to the Bank of America, which again was about bringing a sort of business sensibility to the arts, in the sense of saying, one of my great frustrations with a lot of arts organizations is a mentality of the mentality of philanthropy, which says, please give us money because we're very poor and need your help, rather than saying we're an extraordinary organization that if we had limited after our name or PLC after our name, you wouldn't think twice about investing in. So please invest in us, because you will get a return.
Well, we'll be hearing more from Cara about that soon, but I want to flip over to Suhair first, because you've got this wealth of knowledge, Suhair, and thank you so much for being here this morning. You've worked with an array of organizations and individuals at the intersection of really technology and arts through your work with Google Arts and Culture. And I'm curious, what digital tools do you see being used, whether those are by Google or by an array of different tech companies that can help generate revenue digitally? What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, so to give everyone context, Google Arts and Culture, which you've mentioned, is actually not for profit. And it's interesting to think about how this online platform that helps to digitize the collections of museums or to bring archives online has now become central, obviously, to how we're looking at the future of culture in the digital space. I think the most salient part of this is something that you've both alluded to, is that at the end of the day, these platforms are built by partnerships. And for me, museums are obviously these repositories of cultural content, but they're also basically think tanks. They're hubs of ideas. Curators are obviously some of the smartest people any of us have met. I've worked with curators of the Serpentine, the V&A, Somerset House, and so on. And I don't think anything can replace that intellectual capital. And equally, we've discussed earlier, if it's a dance company, it's the dancers or the performers. So I think that needs to be monetized in a different way in the online space going forward. And it's already happening, right? We're looking at a lot of live streams that have been taking place. You've seen YouTube used as a platform recently, where the English National Ballet, the Royal Philharmonic are doing YouTube live streams, and then they have a donate button on the page, or they're monetizing via ads. There's a call to action somewhere in the video. So there's already this using the platforms that are out there as a request for donation. But equally, in terms of how you partner with technology companies, other institutions, I think there's a huge gap there. I've worked very closely with organizations like the National Gallery, who have their own head of digital, Chris Michaels. He's wonderful. He's helped to bring the Artemisia exhibition in the National Gallery onto Google Arts and Culture. So it's not to say that the online platform is being monetized, but there's a hybrid model where people are being encouraged to explore more stories, more content, more immersive technology online. And then those that can come to the museum in this weird world that we live in can then come. The quality of online content has improved. It's more immersive. You can put on merchandise, for example, on YouTube. You can sell things online now. So I think being more hybrid and approaching cultural content is a great opportunity, actually. And then in terms of what are the platforms out there, Apple has done an amazing augmented reality project on the streets of New York and London with artists like Chow Fei and Karsten Holler. Museums like the New Museum have participated in that. You just mentioned HTC. They've just done a VR experience for Alice in Wonderland for the V&A, which you can experience from the comfort of your home. Again, these don't necessarily need to make money in the short run, but they're bringing these two forms of intellectual capital together. They're leading to new creative conclusions. And equally, these tech companies or partners are paying for the actual work. They're providing the technologies, and there's probably room for that standard donate model in the future. And then finally, I would say, coming back to the creators, exactly this. Let the dancers monetize their own YouTube channels, their own Instagram channels. What about small scale donors? Why don't you have access to a curator for a fee? That old model may no longer exist. You may no longer have gala dinners at the Met, but allow people to come face to face with a curator and learn from them. For me, all of this stuff is happening again at a small scale. I know the London Design Biennale did a really cool Zoom kind of medal fundraising dinner a few weeks ago online, but leaning more, I think, into connecting people, the sharing of knowledge, the sharing of information. That's probably where we're going, rather than the wow of a one-off experience. And I hope that continues.
Suhair, thank you. And I feel like I want to turn over now to our voice of America, over to Kara. I mean, you've spoken previously about how this period forced this acceleration of changes that will be significant for the future of ABT. And Ed, I love that your pooch is in the room right now.
I know, she's just joined. The discussion is so compelling that she's pushed back the door to join.
Welcome. This is why I love this. Okay, what's the reality, Kara, on the kind of for cultural organizations in the US right now in terms of creating digitally driven revenue streams? And what support is available? Because as our audience knows, the funding models between governments, and we'll get into this more later, but in the US, it's not the same. It's not the same. It over to you without becoming political.
No, it's okay. As Ed was describing the resources available to cultural organizations in the UK, I had those twangs of jealousy. But what Suhair was saying about the hybrid model is absolutely spot on. We are experimenting with many different ways to monetize our digital connections, our digital audience, our digital content. One area in which we've had tremendous success, and I know other organizations have as well, is in education. And that's been mentioned on this panel. There's this intellectual curiosity right now, and there's this strong desire to learn during this time of isolation. And so for us, while all of our traditional sources of earned revenue, or most of our sources of traditional earned revenue from ticket sales and touring fees are non-existent, completely gone, and that's 56% of our revenue pie in a normal year, our education revenues have stayed strong. We pivoted very rapidly to online courses. And what we found is that the audience and the customer base for excellence in dance education, with the most extraordinary faculty which we have available, and some of the incredible guest faculty that we now have available, because star dancers are popping into classes and teaching and coaching. There is tremendous desire for that type of learning. Also for our teacher training programs, which in the past, barriers to entry have been the cost of travel and the idea of coming to New York for an intensive multi-week program. Now that that's offered online, we have hundreds and then thousands in our summer intensive programs joining us from dozens of countries around the world. So real silver linings in the education space and training the next generation of artists, the next generation of ballet teachers. So that's been very exciting for us, is finding ways to tap into that desire for learning and to be able to monetize that as well. As far as philanthropy and how we are connecting with donors in the digital space, I find that the most important thing is constant contact. How can artists and arts organizations be the antidote for isolation? How can we tell stories? How can we connect in ways that are intimate and authentic with individuals who are feeling lonely? And how can we provide joy and uplift and transport them? And so we are doing that in hospitals. We are doing that through YouTube. We are doing that through social media, through any channel, and we're really experimenting and exploring with how we can reach individual donors. At the same time, I think that for brands, our arts organizations can be sources of compelling storytelling and video. And how can we bring these stories to life in ways that will touch hearts and that will spark an emotional response in this time when brands are seeking new ways to communicate that have more meaning. And can arts organizations partner in ways that will elevate and amplify brands and their stories at the same time that for us, we're reaching beyond, in our case, abt.org. If you come to my website, you already care about ballet. But if you come and are introduced to our artists through a brand and their larger reach and platform, that's a good thing for everyone.
Amazing. And maybe I'll ask some of the folks in the green room to flash up one of the videos to go to of the work that you guys are doing in New York. I think it's with Mount Sinai Hospital, where you're bringing in ballet and music virtually to the children's wing, which is just beautiful.
And that was an idea, Susan, that came from one of the members of our orchestra who said, can we do some live concerts for patients and hospital staff? And so many of our artists were inspired by that idea. And so we have been doing these live concerts for patients and doctors and nurses and hospital staff throughout this time.
That's the beauty of this place. I want to move over now to Andrea, who actually we learned in the kind of when we were putting this together, she's one of your funders, and you're proud to do this work with these guys. Aren't you working with the studio company, Andrea?
We are.
Yeah. So clearly, Andrea, supporting arts organizations is of paramount importance to the bank. And what does corporate investment in the S, so everyone knows ESG, environmental social governance, Andrea runs this at the bank. What does the S look like in practice? Because that seems to me the closest that ties into what you're doing within the S, that fits in with what you're doing within the arts. Is that kind of true?
Yeah, that's exactly true. The S for us is a really important part of how the bank runs itself and how we work in our communities. We have a long-term view of responsible growth for the bank, and we really know that the arts matter. They help create cultural understanding. They bring humanity, like Cara was saying. They educate and enrich societies, and they help economies to thrive. So our social commitment, as you called, Susan, is really to our employees and to our communities. We want the bank to be a great place to work, and we work in partnership with our arts organizations to help make that happen. And, we're very committed to our communities. We're support over 2,000 arts organizations globally and have a program which runs from sponsorship to conservation. We do a lot of conservation work, 33 countries, 170 works globally. We also have education programs, and Cara, your story about what you're doing in the education space is fantastic. I mean, certainly in EMEA, which is where I am most of the time right now. The education piece is crucial to our relationship with our communities, but also to the longevity and importance of the arts in general. So we're learning partners with the National Theater. We're doing a lot of creative career work with them and Black, Asian, minority, ethnic young people, trying to help bring opportunities for careers and help to diversify the cultural sector in the long term. Susie, you mentioned the Louvre. You know, when we sponsored the Da Vinci exhibition, we brought over 800 young people to Paris, some of whom had never been to Paris, most of whom had never been to the Louvre. They were able to come into the Louvre on the quiet days, the Tuesdays, and experience Da Vinci in classes of 20. I am hoping that inspiration and that opportunity is something that will live with them for a long time and give them confidence to think about the world outside of just where they live. So, you know, the arts are really a bedrock of our environment, social, and governance view of what organizations should be doing to help create communities that can thrive. And, you know, even in the toughest times through 2008, 9, 10, and where we are now, that commitment has been unwavering. Then that need for mutual understanding right now never been more poignant. So I'm really pleased to say that we're here to stay.
I love, though, this whole continuum, though, that it's from that when you think of the S in ESG, the arts and culture and communities in which you serve, which the bank is in, you see that as an important component of that. And you guys have even put not just money to the arts institutions, but you've put it into these funds. And I want to learn more about this because your first fund was so successful that you launched another one right as we were going into COVID. I remember being there. Can you talk a little bit about the Arts Impact Fund and how does it support arts organizations in new and innovative ways?
Right. So actually, it was the government that came to us about 2015. Sure. Ed could tell us all about it. And they were starting to think about how do we fund the arts in a more diversified manner. And they came to us to help us think about that with them and to actually use our skills in structuring financial instruments to figure out the best way to do this. And in the end, we launched something called the Arts Impact Fund, which was the first fund of its kind, we believe, super innovative. And it's a structured fund with the Arts Council, Esme Fairbairn, Nesta, who we've heard Ed reference, and the bank. And it was a pilot fund of £7 million. And it was offering loans, not grants, unsecured loans to arts organizations who are asking for between 150,000 and 600,000 pounds. And the advantage is that the terms of that loan were rather flexible, the length of return on capital, as well as the interest rate. So what we were trying to do was find a midpoint where arts organizations, most of whom had never taken loan money, could figure out how they could make themselves more resilient through this structure. And we got in requests for loans from arts organizations of all types, including new business models wanting to use digital to reach more of an audience. And we also got in arts organizations from all over the country, which was one of our goals, not to make it too London-centric. And over the last 4 years, we made 30 investments at about £8.8 million. So some of the funding had started to come back and we reinvested it. Not all of the organizations were successful because of COVID. Some of them were hit pretty hard, but very few. And we were able to stretch the terms even further, give some holidays, help the recipients. And so that fund continues the repayment and the success of the impact. But I think what it showed was that, you know, most of the UK organizations have taken grants and they needed support along the way. Nesta is the fund manager. And they were fantastic in helping to build capacity in those organizations, helping them understand what return on investment is, but also helping them measure their social impact. And I think that was one of the surprising things for all of us, was the challenge in really being able to quantify that social impact. And I don't know, I think it was Ed, but it might have been someone else on the panel, apologies, but that data point and the use of data, as Suhaira, you might have said, I don't know, is so important and will become more important, I think, now that we've got digital and there's more measurement. But how do you really know you're making an impact? And I think, you know, intrinsically, we all know if you go and see a ballet, that impact is immediate. And all the things that the arts do for health and beauty and creativity and innovation and all of that. But being able to measure that is really important. And so we're still working on models and we're working with the organizations. But the fund was so successful that now, you're right, Susan, we have launched a second fund with additional lenders as well. That is a £20 million fund. The loans will be slightly larger, 150 to $1 million, repayable over 10 years. And the same sort of support is still being offered. And, you know, to see these organizations learning this, building their resilience, reaching more people, or creating a new program in a community and building their operating models with greater resilience is fantastic. And I think we'll see more of this going forward, because the way the arts are funded needs more support.
Thank you, Andrea. Now, what I'm going to do is, we're all listening to lots of webinars and have been doing so since this started. And one of the things that I always think at the end is, I'd love 3 key takeaways from each of these folks that are speaking to us. So I'll go first, and then afterwards I'll call on the rest of our panelists as we come to a close. You know, I'm a board member of the Donmar Warehouse here in London, and the Representation Project out in California. And I'm speaking to board members. I'm speaking about, you know, we should all be striving to do the following. You know, 1, expect your executive team to be engaging with digital technology in meaningful ways, and hold them to account when they don't. When they do propose ideas, be as supportive with digital experiments as you would be with new writing, new choreography, or other creativity driving loss leaders, and ensure budget is set aside to train and upskill the team and enable them to maximize experimentation. 2, consider what assets, including digital expertise, that you or those in your network might have access to, in addition to the financial support you could give. Partnership, it's key to success. We're hearing that from every one of the folks on our panel today. And 3rd, as a board member, leverage your learnings from the private sector and treat your nonprofit boards with the same diligence. Very few executives or directors of private companies would approve a strategy with no digital investment. And almost all private companies experiment with financing options, ranging from venture funding to debt, and with the understanding that this is an investment to help them scale. Why should your nonprofit board be significantly different? Keep the same hat on. I want to move over to Suhair. 3 takeaways for everybody.
So I don't want to repeat much that people are going to say. I'd say number 1, diversity. For me, all arts organizations around the world need to lean into diversity. And I don't just mean professional background, ethnic background, I also mean age. In order to be better at digital, we need more young people coming on board, engaging with the cultural sector in different ways, and they need to come from different aspects, different walks of life, different backgrounds, and they need to be integrated into the core of how cultural institutions work. So I think I'm seeing this on some of the boards that I sit on, is really this focus on diversity and making it real. At the end of the day, that's the only way there's going to be an evolution into digital, and it's also going to become more than a side project or a nice to have. And I think it's going to be a bit of a shock as the sector comes to terms with that. It needs to happen, and it needs to happen quickly. The second thing is being scrappy. A lot of cultural institutions around the world, for good reason, take care of extremely important artifacts and represent, often hundreds of years of culture. I think it's hard to step outside of process and to do things in a way that feels silly, using TikTok, setting up a YouTube creators channel, asking for donations online, renting out your space. I'm on the board for Wayne McGregor, and they have a beautiful dance space in East London and Stratford, and now they're renting it out outside of the cultural world. Be scrappy and sort of be open to doing things that you might not have been comfortable with, or that maybe your board wouldn't have been comfortable with a year ago, and see where it takes you. I think Kara talked about experimentation. This is the time to experiment and to be bold. And then we talked about partnerships. I think the biggest moment, the biggest advantage of this moment is this global audience, this connection across boundaries, across borders. Think about how other institutions are leaning into this hybrid model. I was just in Islamabad, and the National Council of the Arts is doing an outdoor film festival, socially distanced. They've never shown film before. I think it's a time to be playful and to build bridges. And of course, it's difficult, and I don't want to minimize that, but equally, there's a chance now to connect across this digital space.
Thank you. Kara, takeaways.
Okay, well, everything that you and Suhair said plus. So I would just say, again, to empower artist-led innovation, and to borrow a word from Suhair, the artists are scrappy. And how can we, as organizations, and Susan, you mentioned board members, how can we provide artists with encouragement, with mentorship, with training, with introductions, with investment, and with amplification of their wild and exciting ideas? Number two, be the antidote for loneliness. How can we over-communicate with our employees, our artists, our donors, our fans, our audiences? The uplift and optimism are in short supply in the world right now. And how can we deliver that? And how can we bring people together? In our traditional galas at the Metropolitan Opera House, the largest audience we could possibly have is 3,800 people. In our first ever online virtual gala called American Ballet Theater Together Tonight back in May, we had 75,000 viewers tune in. How can we, and this is my third point, how can we gather data from these experiences and these experiments and learn from it? In the military, it's called after action review. How, after each of these experiments, can we gather data on who is tuning in, how they're engaging, and then how can we use that information to do even more and to reach a wider audience in a more meaningful way and spark action and engagement. So as we look to our next big virtual online event on November 18th, how can we reach 750,000 people or more? And on the revenue side, we found that over 3/4 of the donors to that live event back in May were new people who we had no idea, we had never engaged with before. How can we keep that up and continue to grow the audience? And how can we continue to reach more individuals with these stories of uplift and humanity and joy?
That's great. That made the hair go up on the back of my neck when you said that you got all these new donors. That's fab. Andrea, 3 takeaways to our audience.
So I think some of the things everyone said, but I slightly different bent on it. I do think that we started off, I was talking about the evolution of partnerships. I think the relationship between corporate funders and the arts has moved tremendously in the last years. And I think, this is the moment to really seize on how those relationships can be truly mutually beneficial so that there can be more commercial support. And everyone wants the arts to succeed, no more so than now. So I would rethink and revisit some of your friends in that may have corporate funding. Diversified funding, I think we talked about that. It's crucial for sustainability. We see the world of philanthropy changing, governments are strapped. How can arts organizations think about a cross-subsidy model? I think Suhair mentioned some of the ways you could think about that, and also different types of large funding, so taking loans as well as grants. So, and then thirdly, Kara's point, which we said before, is that the data is key. Digital is a fantastic way to start being able to collect that data in a more economical way. But understanding your social impact, understanding how you can change loneliness. I mean, what a huge thing to say, but it's so true. And using that and leveraging that and getting the data around it will help tremendously and unlock other funds. So maybe there's health funds that, we need to be thinking about, and we are already, right? But using the arts to, really in a more formulaic way to help with health. So, I'd say those are the three things. I'd also like to say that the arts create really big thinkers, people that can think outside the box. And I'm honored to be on the platform today with some of them. And I think there needs to be more integration of those thinkers into some of the bigger issues that we're trying to solve for, like poverty and education and health and all the UN Sustainable Development Goals. The arts have a huge role to play in that, and we need to kind of make that a stronger, more connected link for us to get to where we need to be as a race.
Andrea, thank you so much for that, because it's so true. This all does feed into all of this that we're looking at as a planet. Ed, do you have one takeaway? Because they're saying to me, you got to end the session, Susan.
So unfair. I feel so brutally treated. Set up a development agency for the Arts Council that becomes a kind of commercial style consultancy that advises arts organizations, funded obviously by Suhair and Google, on digital tech stuff that they should be doing.
Okay.
One-stop shop, no messing about.
There we go. So listen, to all my speakers, thank you all so much. I need to make sure that everybody who's watching this knows that if you do have Q&A access through CogX, we're going to take a short 15-minute break. And then after that, we'll move into the Q&A where you'll have all the fabulous panelists here. And in closing, after this ends, you're going to watch a beautiful video that Kara gave us from ABT. You're going to be able to see their work, their principal dancers, and their studio company. Thank you all for joining us, audience, because it means you care. And I hope that you got some information this morning to make you feel jazzed to go out there and make some change. Take care and goodbye. We'll go to video now. Hugh, thank you.
I knew from the moment I started that this was it for me.
I remember standing outside of my sister's class, pressing my face to the glass.
I knew I couldn't live without it.
After school, everyone would hang out, but not me.
I'd head right to the studio.
It's my life, my first love.
It's long hours, 6 days a week.
You push your body.
You miss out on outside friendships.
You leave behind your family and home.
There are times when you just want to quit.
When you're tired or frustrated. When you're homesick.
And your feet ache from last night's performance.
But no one ever made it to American Ballet Theater without sacrificing something. It takes years of training and determination to end up on this stage,
following the footsteps of my idols.
But when I'm here, I realize I'm not the only one.
We are all here together,
turning our dreams into reality.
We've all sacrificed for this dream.
And we rely on each other
to keep it alive.
Hello, everyone. That was the most extraordinary session. Susan and all your panelists, what an incredible wealth of expertise and knowledge you just shared. I think my phone has been going mad with messages from friends texting me saying what a superb conversation it was. There is so much in there, I think, that other arts organizations would really love to hear and could really benefit from. And what a wonderful and salient reminder of how powerful the arts are in combating things like loneliness and isolation. Thank you so much. Susan and co are heading over to the Q&A panel, which you can click onto to attend via our platform and ask all of your questions to them, because I think it's going to be a conversation that could go on a very long time, and you'll have more time to explore with them there. We have a very tiny break, 3 minutes, and we'll be back looking this time at the music industry. So do stand up, stretch, get a cup of coffee, and then come back and join us at 11 a.m. for Music, Ears, Eyes, and Minds, the Future of Music. Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Eleanor O'Keefe. I'm the editorial director of CogX, and it is my great pleasure to be introducing the next session of our CreaTech CogXtra. So CreaTech looks at where the creative industries and tech come together. We've had some extraordinary sessions already this morning, and particularly one investigating new revenue streams for digital models that large organizations are embracing. It was a highly uplifting session, and I hope that we will get to some of the same efforts and innovation in our next session. So we're going to be looking at ears, eyes, and minds, the future of music. The music industry has been very hard hit by lockdown and social distancing measures. With music venues closed or significantly reduced in their capacity, it may be quite a while before we can find ourselves getting lost in the crowd of ecstatic concert goers. But does that mean that we lose our music entirely? How can we get that ecstasy back? And how can we support young musicians who are building their careers? Tech, obviously, is the answer. It is a great pleasure to be handing over to our chair of this session, who is Patrick Campbell. Patrick is the founder of PatCam, and he is also the MD of MOBO organization. He's taken a break from an insanely busy schedule producing the MOBO Awards and from all of his amazing consulting work. So we're so grateful that he could join us. Patrick, are you there?
I'm here.
Hi.
Thanks, Eleanor.
Thank you. Over to you.
Great. We've got a fantastic session planned. Ears, eyes, and minds, the future of music. And to discuss that, we've got three really smart people that each have a different perspective on the theme. We have Isabel Garvey, who's the MD of Abbey Road Studios. Abbey Road needs no introduction, but we'll kind of dive into that. We have Roman Rapek, who's the founder of Overview Arc, which is an incredible tech, creative community / movement, which Roman will be telling us about. And kind of really excitingly, we also have Becca. Becca is an artist that's gone on an incredible trajectory over the last kind of 5 or 6 months, and she's gone from not being signed to being signed. So it's going to be fun. We're going to have a conversation. So I want us to have a nice chat about some of the issues. Look, just so we start nice and easy, how have things been for you during lockdown, especially as it relates to kind of what you do and your identity as what you do? So kind of, Isabel, let me start by you, and we'll come to Becca last.
Okay. So just how lockdown was in general is your question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we were chatting in the green room just now. It's been very strange times. Professionally, Abbey Road, closed for the first time since 1931. We didn't even close for a Second World War, right? So closing those doors and shutting down was a very strange moment. And if you think about it, we're in the business of making music, so it's not just my staff, but artists, musicians, everyone was keen to kind of get back, and music is so important to everyone, and particularly in this kind of challenging time. So I spent a lot of time then trying to get the studio back open with the social distancing measures in place, which we did in June. So we have been operating now for 4 or 5 months, and it's just brilliant to be back in the studio. We have all of the social distancing measures, but the control rooms and the live rooms feel the same, and there's still a huge amount of creativity. In fact, a lot of the artists and musicians that come in say their time in lockdown has been an incredibly creative moment for them, and they have huge bodies of work that they want to record and put down. So it's kind of been highs and lows, I guess, and I'm immensely proud of what the team have done here to get us back open so quickly for all of the creatives out there. And then just on a personal level, it has been a Corona coaster, challenging and some, some really good moments, some really kind of life affirming moments where you get closer to, I think you were saying, Patrick, in the green room, even your neighbors on your street that you haven't known for that long. So it's been good and bad.
I understand. Roman, how's it been for you?
Well, I can definitely sympathise with the idea of a Corona coaster, especially as we were before lockdown. We were putting on virtual shows, and we were testing things out that were kind of outside the norm of what a normal concert would be, and then normal concerts disappeared. So, in some ways, we kind of the thing that we'd already started to evolve took on a life of its own. And this idea of even the way we're having this talk is that people use technology in a completely different way to the way they used it 6 months ago. And I think that people are a lot more comfortable with it. And because of the things that used to be alienating and now our only means of communication. So I think that mostly we've become a more tech literate or technology has become more humanized. And
sure.
that's kind of where I think that's where music is always going to be the most interesting kind of zeitgeist to show where culture is going and where technology is going. So things that were being done in music where people were collaborating online, people were sending each other stems back and forth. That was happening decades ago. And then all of a sudden, every other aspect of life took on the same kind of mode. So yeah, it's been really interesting to see how things have changed.
Sure. So Becca, how's lockdown been for you? Once we go around and just talk about our lockdown experiences, we're going to cycle back around, and I'm going to give everybody kind of 60 seconds just to tell us about Abbey Road. Roman, I want you to tell us about Overview Arc and tell us a little bit about your music, and then Becca, we'll come back around to you and we'll show your clip. But before we do that, just tell us about how it's been for you.
Yeah, I think hearing what everyone else has said, I've had such a similar experience. I think for me, after having been on a world tour for the past 2 years, being in one place was a completely new thing for me. But it's been an incredibly profound time. I think as an artist, having real stillness and also only having myself and who I live with has really just allowed for me to hone in on the who I am, what I am, what I want to create. I think also there's something about getting to the end of your day, and I don't know if any of you felt this, but there really was a sense of your feelings, your emotions, your experiences coming to the surface because you are still. And so I think having the luxury of time to go to sleep and know that you have the cocoon of safety, maybe that's your home or your very strict regime that you have, to really explore those things that are going on within you. I found it a very refining time. But yeah, I mean, I'll save it more when we go back round, but it's just been incredibly profound to go from the start to now, really. Yeah, profound would be the word.
Yeah, very, very profound times. So Abbey Road, as we can see behind you, Isabel.
Yeah, I'm on brand.
You are on brand, and it's truly one of the great brands.
Mm-hmm.
To get a music brand, it's a great brand that has an incredible legacy. How do you take a legacy brand and keep it relevant?
Very carefully. So I've been here 5 years, and it's kind of been my mission in this role to take, this amazing kind of culture and brand beyond Northwest London, but that's done very delicately. I often talk about walking a tightrope between heritage and the future. So my role going in, or my role still is, how do we make sure that the studio, where we turn 90 next year, is relevant for the next 90 years? But to answer your question more directly, we started with our core business, which is recorded music and recording music. And we built some new studios straight away that are kind of just smaller and slightly more approachable because, as I'm sure Becca will tell you, if you have a really good creative experience somewhere as an artist, you tend to go back. So we need to kind of build up the next generation of artists coming through. But I think what's kind of more pertinent to this discussion, without giving you long history of all of the change at Abbey Road is, in looking at the future, we know that we need to be digitally relevant in terms of having services before you come to the studios and after, because the way people prepare and produce music is changing. We still fundamentally believe people want to come to inspirational places and record, but how can we be relevant outside of that? And so 5 years ago, we set up a music technology incubator, in fact, the first in Europe, to sponsor small businesses that are looking to get into the music business and really help them accelerate their growth. And in doing so, then we get that proximity to where technology is, where it's going to take the music industry, and kind of be part of the change rather than have the change happen, and take that energy that the music industry has around innovation and really kind of push it back into startups and give them the platform they need to be really successful. So we'll get into it later, but we've seen some brilliant technology.
Absolutely. I realized when I knew that you were going to be on the panel and I was going to be chairing it, I dug out a picture from when I was young and slim without the whole COVID belly thing. So probably
check you out.
Work it.
Yeah, that was me about 20 years ago.
Was it really? My goodness. Yeah, Studio One still looks the same.
Yeah. Harry, do you want to flick to the other images? Yeah, and there's a kind of reverence that you have walking into the space that I guess is really inspirational, but also can be somewhat of a barrier to people thinking that Abbey Road is for them. But yeah, we'll kind of dig into that, and I'll get over my anxiety about putting on a couple of stone during lockdown. Roman, I know that you have some images. Would you like to share those with us before you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, if Harry can put some of those images in, I guess that would be the best way of describing what we've been building. So the aim was to take all this exciting new technology and all these new tools. This is also, I should point out, pre-COVID, and try and say, well, the format of a concert's been the same for the history of the music industry, and the music industry itself, in terms of the mechanism of how records are made and release cycles and singles and radio singles, they've stayed the same, but the way we consume music and the way we make music, all of that's completely changed. Streaming, for instance, the way you interact with music. So it was to use all these new bits of technology. So building a tool that was a live VR AR rig where the audience was able to view the event through cameras on VR headsets, but also that we were able to switch them between reality and which is the concert, and the most up-to-date futuristic technology that you could have. Because I think that all art is, this idea that immersive as a buzzword, all art, good art is immersive. You're transported into by even a good photo or a good book or anything. So the aim was to try and see if we could use this technology rather than it just being a kind of a gimmick, whether we could take something that's already incredibly powerful, which is live music and the relationship between an audience and the performer, and if we could augment it using these new tools. And it kind of went and took this really interesting path, because as soon as you're bringing things like game design or kind of community-based user design into something, it kind of takes on this new format and this new form, and things that worked at a live concert still worked in these new virtual concerts. And then it kind of fast forward to now, when we were building alongside this thing, because these were obviously events you would go to physically, but it was a concert that was happening within a headset at the same time, so a concurrent real world and virtual world event. And at the time, which was a couple of years back, it was kind of a strange art experiment, if in a sort of most cynical sense. And then we wrote an album around this idea of, well, what kind of music would work with this? Because the music that works, music is so contextual. Something that works when you're at a live concert is different to what you listen to on a night out. It's different to what you listen to in your car or when you want to relax. Or music has different functions, or we use music in different ways and different moods. And the mood and the tone of the music we were writing for this record completely changed because of the fact that we had this new context we were writing in. And this And then it kind of got us thinking a lot about this idea of, well, why do we think of, there's the old music industry and there's the idea of the classic industry, which I think we were upsetting a lot of people because it was changing this idea of changing the format. And obviously this is, to bring it to, at the moment, the idea that people were saying virtual concerts, I don't know, would anyone need that? And then COVID happens. But I think that it's interesting to think about the like old guard or the old way of music working, and this idea that we have to almost protect essentially a business model, which I for instance, Abbey Road is a good example. Even in the early photos of Abbey Road, there's guys in white coats operating machinery that look like they're sending rockets to the moon. The history of technology has always been the history of music. They've been intertwined. Whether the sample is invented and suddenly get hip hop and dance culture, the Stratocaster, the electric guitar happens. All these things, these things we think of as a cultural progression of music and genres, is actually just new inventions coming, new modes of expression. Even the music video and things like that there were people who pioneered the use of how can an artist communicate in 3.5 minutes on TV, or even before that in the sort of new pop era. How can you condense your everything into something that's meaningful to someone? So that's right. These new tools are so exciting, but also we're just at the cusp of it. Like the majority of, after flying the flag so much of new tech, etc., the majority of it's terrible because we don't know what we're doing. And it's the same as any movement or era, is this sort of clumsy grappling with these new tools.
Understood. Look, there are so many strands that I need to keep track. Want to keep track of. We definitely want to come back to this whole notion of the kind of the karmic fast forward button that we've been hit with. So we're seeing things that would take years are happening in months, and things that would take months are happening in weeks. And it was interesting that it was these broader set of forces that have made exactly what you do very much at the heart of the conversation. Becca, we've kind of been saving the best till last. Before we hear from you, let's hear from you. So Harry, let's roll the track, and then we'll hear from you.
Be there when you're faded, when the world is left you naked. You know that I'll be there.
It's been such a wild journey for me. I guess a bit of background is, for the past 2 years I've been touring with a UK band called Han, and we've been on the world tour just promoting their album, and part of that was that I also released some music with them, which went really well. I had a track on their album called Crying Over You. We did a session of one of their tracks that went really well, and over the past year I've then been writing my own stuff. And prior to this I was doing kind of work in another band, but then went on to do this, and in the last year I've been writing my own music, which has been such an incredible journey. And as you'll know, because you all know about artists, I think having that time to really refine the sound, refine what the wider why is for me, has been just incredible. I think I'm somebody who loves music, but I also love what music does in culture and its place to speak into culture. So for me, the topic of what I was writing about and what it was going to communicate has just been really important. So I've had a bit of that time over the past year to write, and what you just heard there is a track called I'll Be There, which came out on Friday, which is my debut release, which has been very exciting. But I guess when we hit lockdown, the track wasn't mixed, it wasn't mastered, there was no plan. I was kind of working with my manager, but in very loose terms. And I think suddenly having that cosmic halt, as we've said, and that space allowed for some of the conversations I've been having around the brand and how I want that to feel, conversations around getting the track finished, caused me to just be able to bring those conversations into action. And in the last, I guess in this whole period from lockdown till now, I've gone from an unsigned artist who had toured and that was it really, to finding my team. My wider management team was found during lockdown, the people who were like my creative team, and they did like a style guide for me. They've done all the visuals that you'll see and annihilated it. They're wonderful, 161. To then conversations with different labels and working through that, and then finding my home with a label called Lab Records, to releasing on Friday. And I think what's been so profound in that experience is how it's happened. We were speaking earlier in the green room about, meeting heads of different labels on Zoom in their home with their, their regular mug of tea. I think has been, it just breaks down those usual human barriers. I think within the industry, there's a real ease about fluffing things up, and we can make things seem very glamorous and very interesting, and it can really take a lot of time to work through, how do I actually feel about working with this person, and does their work culture, work ethic, do their values match with where I want my brand to go? Those things can be really difficult to unpick in person, I think, ironically. But I think suddenly having that barrier of technology has it, as much as we can all relate to the very awkward Zoom moments and pressing the mute button when we're not meant to, which can be very traumatizing. I think there's also been a really incredible side to having no pretense and really only being able to present yourself with a screen to other industry professionals, and have to sell who you are and what you usually would be able to bring in warmth, you have to bring in conversation. I think that whole process has just been really profound and very interesting. And in honesty, I'm so glad that it's happened this way. I think this way has allowed for real strong international relationships that, had I not had to be Zooming with those people, probably wouldn't have happened, because our diaries are fuller, and we're distracted in different ways with other, artists and other industry people, etc. So we're finding, I think, in a big way.
Okay, let me ask you a really direct question before I come to everybody else. Do you say you were recently signed? Can you say who you were signed with? Who?
Yeah, so Lab Records, an indie label called Lab Records.
Right. Would you have been signed if it were not for lockdown, do you think?
I don't think so. I think there's so much dancing that you do with labels. You meet, they schmooze you. You have to wade through so much. So I think, I don't think I would have. I think the process would have taken a lot longer. And I think people's focus would have been much less acute. So I think it would have been a much longer process. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I personally think it's a good thing.
Okay. Isabel.
Yeah.
Has lockdown been something that you see as ultimately will help redefine what Abbey Road is, or do you think it as an existential threat, bearing in mind that you run a big, expensive, iconic studio?
Yeah, no, it's not. I mean, it's not an existential threat. I mean, it will be if we have to go into national closed doors lockdown again. But we have the benefit of being owned by Universal Music, which is the largest record label in the world. So we, as a studio, we're lucky in that we're not completely independent, because I know some of them are having a very tough time. But I think I'd echo what everyone has said. I think if we take the positive out of lockdown in terms of the studios and just in terms of the market environment, I mean, Roman said it, we've jumped. I think I was on a Wired call a few months ago. They reckon we've jumped 3 years in terms of digital behavior, whether it's e-commerce or fan engagement. And so we as an industry, broader than just Abbey Road, have to embrace that. And there's some really exciting technology out there. There's really exciting consumer trends that we have to kind of take hold of and let it become the new normal. I know we have polls running and everything, but is the live stream here to stay? I mean, we as an incubator, we've been looking at all of the technology around that, and live streaming isn't new technology. It's just interesting how people are starting to glue that together. And from an artist perspective, when touring can start again, which we're all hopeful it will next year, can we use this to augment the live experience? It doesn't necessarily replace that feeling of, the bass in your belly and standing next to your best friend, but can we use, whether it's Roman's technology or something else, to just augment what we have and kind of shift that fan experience a little bit? And I think that's, you even look at who was it? Travis Scott on Fortnite. You know, it's this convergence of platforms where people are seeking new audience that is actually it's making us all a lot more creative about how we communicate with fans, how we communicate with consumers, how we interact with artists. Like if we look on the production side, you know, artists have been incredibly inventive in terms of what they've done in using production software, like kind of patching things together with Zoom, using existing production software, starting to use, we do a lot of, or we've incubated a number of businesses that use artificial intelligence to help with lyrics or to kind of augment the creative process. And because we haven't been together to create music necessarily over this past 6 months, people are turning to tech to try and just kind of, you know, superpower their creative process. So there's, you know, I could talk about this for hours, but I think there's real energy behind it. There's a real moment to capture this shift in behavior, and technology is what's kind of going to take it there. But I think we also need to be careful that we use it to augment what we all socially need, which is to be together again. And we are our best creative selves when we're together, whether you're building technology or you're creating a record. And so how do we kind of celebrate what is fabulous and beautiful about that, and then have technology augment it, enhance it, connect people better? I just think it's really, I'm very optimistic about where this is going to take us. Like, we live our mental health roller coaster, but you know, when we're out the other side of this, I think fundamentally we're going to be in a better place, because it's taken us back down to what do we, you know, what is the music that we love? Who are the artists that we want? And then how do I engage with that in new and different ways? So yeah, I think it's good times.
Brilliant. Okay, so we're running 2 polls. And the first set of results are in. So the question is, do you think virtual concerts can ever capture the experience of a live concert? 38% of people said yes, and 63% of people said no. That's just a quick straw poll around all 3 of us. Becca.
Darn, but you came to me first. Do you know what? I think this is quite raw for me, having just come away from a lot of live concerts, and I don't think it can, but I don't think that that's a bad thing. I think we're going through a grieving mourning phase, but out of the other side comes life. So I think no, but I don't think that's a negative thing.
Roman, I'm going to come to you last, because I want you to I'm going to throw a couple of questions your way. Isabel, yes or no?
I think that human connection thing and that true fandom of I was there on that day when that happened, you can't replace that. But as I said earlier, I do think technology really augments it, and it shifts what we mean. We have a very linear view at the moment of what a live performance is. And I think you said in your preamble, Patrick, you know, it hasn't changed in a while, which isn't a bad thing, because we all love it, and you know, it's how we connect on a social and with the art level and with the artist. But I do think we're going to change what live means, and you know, Roman might be the next generation of it, but I think it all enhances that. How do I connect with music or an artist or a film experience? It's just some of the stuff that, you know, particularly in the field Roman is in, we're not familiar with it enough yet to know its full capability. So we've got to keep exploring.
Right. So Roman, I'm gonna re-ask the question. Do you think virtual concerts can ever capture the experience of a live concert?
I think, like, before I answer, can I slightly dismantle the question? First of all, so I think that what's interesting is when you don't actually really know what a virtual concert is like, and also to define what I think a virtual concert is you've attended a virtual concert when exactly that, the idea of this base, the elements that make up a real concert. A real concert, and I think what's important is that because we're right at the beginning of this, we haven't evolved the language which defines these different things. You see virtual concerts happening all the time. You're actually just watching a stream. There's not really that much difference between watching Top of the Pops live in the 80s and watching someone playing guitar on YouTube. It isn't a virtual concert. A virtual concert, in terms of how I think what the technology is capable of doing, would be a concert where you can, first of all the audience can interact with each other, because it's not a concert if you're there and you can't talk to the person that's next to you. Second of all, it's happening live. It isn't just a 2-dimensional video, because that is just you're staring at a video. There are things like volumetric capture, there's motion control, there's all these different things that can, I think, add up to something that would be a simulation of a concert. But it's a bit like asking, will music videos ever replace albums? They're completely different formats. I also don't think we know how to do virtual concerts. That's something that we've tried to do both as a band and as a company, is to try to say, well, what are the elements that make up the excitement of a concert? It is exactly, it's not just seeing a person wander on stage and they play the song you like. It's the car journey as you're driving to the, it's like it's getting on the tube and seeing that you're wearing the same t-shirt as everyone else. And it's all these tiny little nuances, and they're connected to tribalism, and they're connected to emotional reactions and memories and scent, and all these different things add up to just great gig. And so saying that, so I would say the virtual will eventually capture the experience of a live concert. Yes, but the experience of a live concert is an abstraction of it or not? Is I think that's the question. Like, it's a new form.
Okay, so what role could virtual reality play in delivering a more engaging virtual experience?
I think that the things that we're missing in supposedly virtual concerts are that, I can't turn to my mate and go, oh my God, they're playing our song. I can't shout something on the set list. I'm not engaging in it in the same way. There's, two senses are telling me a concert's taking place. I'm seeing something and I'm hearing it. But like the feeling of bass, there's the scent of being out in a field. All these things are not there. So VR, or more generally, like spatial computing and XR and all the different things, which is a combination of just the idea that instead of watching something on a screen, you're in a space. I think that is the first step towards making these things more engaging.
Right. So this is a question to all of us. Should we be investing more resources into developing immersive technology for concerts and for studios? Should we be doing that?
I personally think it's going to organically happen. We haven't got any choice, really. Like, until you could, it was a bit like our experience of, we had people come to our events pre-COVID and they say, okay, I was transported to a different place. It was a new way of looking at music. It was a new way of experiencing concert. But then you obviously get people who go, yes, sorry, mate, I'm all about real music and real gigs, so I'm just going to go to, and so having that removed is interesting, because now we are saying, well, should we be investing in, I guess, is kind of as a medium, it's growing and it's expanding. Even, like we were saying, we've jumped 3 years in the space of 6 months. And I think that if not going to have another year, then technically by the time we come out, it's 10 years ahead in terms of how familiar we are with it. So I think we're emotionally, we have no choice but to be invested in all these new things, because that's all we have.
I'm going to come at it with a bit more kind of business practical perspective. So with my incubator hat on, I think, the technology is still maturing, and I think it's going to redefine what these experiences are. I don't think we can parlay real world experience into virtual. I think they can be something on their own. But we've seen a lot of businesses, and in fact, over lockdown, there's a huge investment into Wave XR and other kind of virtual reality platforms that are seeking to do kind of some kind of performance live piece. The thing that's still holding up virtual and augmented reality is the consumer's access to headsets that allows you to experience it. So where it is gaining traction is actually people who are doing very experiential based stuff, where you can go somewhere to have this experience. And sadly, none of us can really go anywhere at the moment. But for you and I to strap our mobile phones to our heads feels quite alien still. So I think it's kind of, creatively, the opportunities are endless. The challenge is that the hardware isn't quite there yet, and the consumer adaptation of the technology isn't quite there yet. It'll come, but it's still early. So someone who wants to spend their life savings on it, I'd say be careful just yet. You need to make sure you're backing the right horse, and it's going to be a long journey.
I think it's also interesting to look at other mediums that came along. For instance, like in the early days of video games, no one had a console because they were too expensive to buy. They were arcades.
Yeah.
Went to a place.
And then the Game Boy came, right?
And then Game Boys came out. Suddenly, is a mass consumer
Yeah.
And I think that we're definitely in that phase of it where logically people are like hungry for different experiences. The other thing is you can have a distanced VR experience, incredibly powerful and engaging, whereas a distanced live gig, I just feel is it's almost more dystopic to be going to a place that you knew would usually hold 500 screaming people, and to be in a little sector. It's like the most Black Mirror thing you could possibly do. I think that, like, if you look at what happened with the video game market, and we don't even know how things, headsets could be like a pair of glasses. Well, God knows what Apple are going to launch in a couple of years, etc. I think that we're going back to something you said a lot at the very start. We're going to come out of this, and things will have been changed forever. You'll have a component of a concert that you would want to be able to stream to fans, where they can have an engaged experience. People who couldn't afford to go to the event, or the tickets were sold out. Now that we're used to the idea of it, I think that it's an idea that's going to stay.
And actually, there's a funny thing. I'd be interested in Becca's thoughts on this. When you think about live streaming or VR gigs, or probably more on the live streaming side, the interesting thing is the poor artist is just performing down the lens of a camera, right? They're getting like the beauty of that live show when you're the artist is you're getting your fan feedback. So, like, interestingly, we're seeing technologies that are trying to solve for the artist so that you can get some of that emotion. Otherwise, you're literally staring into the lens of a camera. So yeah,
Becca.
I think that's such an.
What's it been like for you?
Yeah, I think it's such an empathetic thing that you've just said, everybody there, because I think a big thing that we're all discussing is actually the need to pivot. That we're not going to have something that simply replaces it. We're not going to ever go back, but that doesn't mean that we scrap it all. But we do have to pivot, and I think there is a real sense of mourning and grieving, but I think within the creative industries, we are having to think ahead and innovate where your normal human being who does not have to be in the music industry is able to hope for things to go back. But I think for us, we recognize that it's not going to do that. And I think a big thing for me in the past few months has been, had I not had strong relational currency with a friend who can put me in touch with a producer who I can Zoom with, or in label conversations where we trust person A, that person B is somebody to invest in. I think without those strong lines of relational currency, I think it all becomes very difficult. And so I think when it comes to investing, do we need to invest in these things? I think, yes, absolutely we do. And there is a sense for me as an artist in mourning, not being able to be in front of people. But I think also for me, I'm thinking, okay, well, I'd love to create live experiences that are immersive in a more intimate way, because people being with people, even if it's just 10, we all have that moment that we will never forget. I think, around connecting with fans and connecting with people, this entire campaign for me has been online. There has been nobody that I've met, bar my mum, who's excited. There's been no other normal person who I have met that is a fan of the music. There's been anticipation because of the other songs, but that's all been online. And so I think now more than ever, it's important to be able to hone in, how do I be my normal, authentic self with people online, in order to form those relationships, in order to get that energy back when I'm doing a bit of a live stream, knowing that, these 10 people who I now know in a better way because I have Instagram messaged them as a fan, whereas maybe I wouldn't have done that before. I know they're going to be there for the live, and that can be energizing for me.
Let me ask you a question. Outside of the industry, you call it a stream. So you don't call it a performance, you call it a live stream. When you sing live, or you do a live performance, is it the same as you doing a gig and being on stage? Just put us in the room of what it feels like for you as the artist.
I think at the moment I'm thinking in a twofold way. There's a live performance which could be filmed and put out there, which might feel like something just very performative where I'm not expecting anything back. Let's say it's a YouTube session, something beautiful that people can consume, or a live stream. But I think I'm yet to feel that it would be a live gig. Having said that, I think if there were even a few of the components that both Isabel and Roman have said, where you could get you could hear back from people whilst the show's going on, or while the stream's going on, should I say. Or perhaps, I think that basically if there was an element of interaction, then perhaps it would feel like a show. But I think nothing at the moment feels like it replaces even just having 10 people in a room. That for me would feel like a show. However, I think the power of the stream is still knowing that it's happening live, knowing that people have set aside time, maybe they've got a little glass of wine and they've come to watch. You know, stream it's not a negative term. It's
right.
just it's a pivoted term, which
right.
is still something I would anticipate and feel nervous about. Over the last few weeks, I've been doing some Instagram lives called a cuppa and a natter, which is just where I have a cup of tea and a natter around this topic of the song I'll Be There, which is the name of the song that I brought out, which was written about mental health. And it's been really powerful to feel the nervous energy that I feel when I'm about to press that go live button, because I know people are consuming it. And so I think because there's that interaction there's another person on the other end of it that has been charged for me way more than it would have been in January, which
right.
I think goes to show just how quickly we do pivot and we evolve. Like you said, we've jumped 3 years. It really does feel like that from an artist's perspective.
And does that, just quickly on that, does that mean that social media is playing a more important part in your life, not just as an artist, but your entire life?
Absolutely. I think as an artist, without the social media, there would have been very little campaign to this entire thing. Without people being able to message and say, this song really moved me, or send me a video of them dancing to it, there would have been very little buzz for me. So I think social media actually, ironically, has become integral. However, I think also, as we've spoken about a little bit, that mental health check that we all have to have with ourselves is also so intrinsically linked with our use of social media. So I think for me, being able to use it in a much more direct, specific, building a brand, speaking about the music way, as opposed to just, this is my life, this is the cheese I had this morning. I think having that differentiation has been really important, because it allows me to have those boundaries around using social media to the end that, you know, I need to use it for, as opposed to it being something all consuming, which I think at the moment, with the little people interaction we have and the huge social media interaction we can have, is really important.
Fantastic. So one of the threads that has weaved its way through is this sense of prevailing wider forces, the economic forces, the technological forces, but we're in the music business. MOBO is a big award show. We were due to be at Wembley on the 12th of November, 10,000 people screaming, and all of that's driven by sales, brands, record labels. Is the music business at the cusp of an incredible shift, or are we partway through? Where are we in the life cycle? Because many people say that, look, streams mean that we no longer need to have streams, social media, the ability to have kind of amazing technology in our bedrooms kind of does away with the need for big record labels, does away with the need for big studios. Isabel, what do you think? Is the music business changing forever?
I'm loath to kind of over dramatize it. I think the music industry has had to react to a lot in the last 10, 15 years. You know, it was the first hit with huge digital change, and is kind of out the other side now and really embraces change. So I actually think, ironically, because of the change the industry's been through, it's kind of best equipped to deal with all of this pivoting that needs to happen in the next however many years. We're kind of used to adopting to a changing environment. So, you know, live is disrupted right now, but it will probably come back to the way we know it, but then augmented with all of this technology that we've just spoken about. You know, the way we make music might change. You know, I fundamentally believe on a human level, we're all going to be a little more reticent to get on a plane. You know, so if you want to collaborate with a producer in LA, do you really need to go there? Can you do, you know, stuff virtually? So I think the way we make music, the way we perform, and then how we kind of distribute it to fans and get it out to fans, we use social media. But I don't know, I fundamentally believe for Becca to be the next Lady Gaga, which I'm sure she will be, you need a machine behind you. That doesn't happen from someone being able to manage Instagram really well. Like that is, you talked about your social kind of, and I mean a people network. So you need that network of people that are, in your corner, in every corner of the world, to become, a megastar. It allows us all, technology will now allow us all to be creators, all to distribute our own music. But I still believe if you want to, be at the top of this game, we still need the industry as we know it, with the caveat that we need to pivot and move with the times. But I think we're actually an industry that's very used to that now because of our kind of that abrupt moment in history where Napster, really changed the world, the music industry. Yeah.
So Roman, what part does big business play in your ability to develop innovative ways to create experiences? I mean, it's when you were describing being at the gig wearing a headset, it kind of felt like I was in Tenet or any one of the Christopher Nolan films. It sounds expensive.
Right. Well, to answer the question about how much we rely on it, I think that the music industry was always a tool for artists to express exciting and engaging things, songs, album covers, videos. And as we've talked about, the music industry, the things it relied on have shifted, like physical releasing, the idea of that you could just print a piece of plastic and people would go and buy that piece of plastic for an amazing amount of money has completely gone away. So the way that we are consuming it and the way that artists are able to monetize what they're doing is completely shifted. But it definitely doesn't mean that there are no more exciting ideas or there's no more ways to do it. And I think that this will be something that kind of might upset a lot of music industry, or maybe old school music industry people, is that what is when we refer to the music industry, what are we actually talking about? Like it used to be sort of glamorized thing where it was sort of basically a bank that you could go to and they'd be like, we're going to make you a star. And now the music industry is, in some ways, it's another tech company. Like you go to a modern day label, and a great label today is a label that making sure that there's streams, so making sure that the music's out there, making sure that there's a fantastic digital campaign, making sure that the assets, that's what labels and the music industry have become. And there's always going to be these people who are in power, let's say, before, and there's always going to be amazing brands that people always want to be part of, whether it's Def Jam or whether it's Abbey Road or whether it's Warp, and those will continue to be brands, let's say, that you can rely on. And it will attract the best people, and it will attract the best artists, and therefore the artists will be able to work with the best people and presumably get their message out in the way that they want to. So in terms of what we're building alongside, and the important thing to say is we're an anomaly in the tech industry. We were a band that were trying to find new ways of touring in the cheapest possible way. By the way, this isn't like tour bus arrives, a private jet, and we go into a place where everything's working. The earliest shows were literally held with gaffer tape, and we were free in a sense to explore these different things, rather than being like a tech company who has to get funding together, has to get investors, you need to get this many users on board, you have to do it. We're a group trying to express something or trying to build an incredible show. And even when in the very early days, like to give credit to Abbey Road Red, we went and saw Karim there, and we were not treated like a tech company and not treated like a band that had this weird idea. Everyone I think is understanding that there's everything to pay for right at the beginning of it, and no one has the answers. It's a bit like the synthesizer's been invented and Kraftwerk are about to come along, but at the moment there is no one has managed to use these in a creative and exciting way, especially because of using Kraftwerk as an analogy. That was using complicated machinery and using its limitations in an interesting way. It wasn't, those things were hard to use, and they were complex, and they had to reinvent what music sounded like to fit that in. A bit like with rave culture, is that whole, well, what came first, the rave or the person making house music? You know, the context is everything. So that's where we're at now, I think.
Interesting. So just, can we each give one piece of advice to the person that's to the left of us? So what one piece of advice, bearing in mind your superpower. So Roman, clearly we know what your superpower is in this context. Becca, we know what yours is. So Roman, you're both tech and you're both an artist. So you can share two pieces. Beck, as an artist, piece of advice for Isabel and Abbey Road, and Isabel, a piece of advice for Rebecca and for Roman. And, it could be some wisdom based on your expertise. Isabel, you look like you're ready to go first.
Like, who's gonna go first?
Give me advice.
I don't know.
Advice or thought, advice, insight, something that you're seeing.
I don't know. I'm not exactly a wise old owl. I'm old. I'm just not an owl. But I don't know. To Roman, I would say, because this is the technology is hugely powerful and really exciting, but seeing is believing. So it's actually about getting, which I know you're doing already, Roman, but it's about getting people in front of the experience, because on a dry PowerPoint and the tech,
absolutely,
everyone knows, or not everyone knows what it is, but you can have that Silicon Valley pitch and it's lovely, but actually seeing it, understanding how it's shifting the paradigm of live is really the exciting piece, and it could be whatever you want to be. So that's what I'd say to Roman. And then Becca, I have nothing other than keep doing what you're doing, because you're obviously doing an amazing job. And when you need a recording studio to come to, give me a call.
I'll call you straight after this.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Becca, we've got about 2 minutes left. So.
Okay, I think one of the most powerful things at the moment is relational currency. It's the fact that the pretense of our entire industry has been diffused in so many ways, and that the four of us can be having a conversation, which would have been rare in January. So I think facilitating more lines for normal connection. And as you said, Isabel, I think you're so right. We cannot replace people to people. When things were lifted, families, everybody's running at each other because we all miss human connection. But I think facilitating those lines for people to build those connections and have that trust, and then be able to spark and innovate from there, like you already do as Abbey Road, putting people in the right room together to spark and fuse. I just think facilitating more lines for that is the greatest power, I think, for artists at the moment, which you know already, so I didn't need to say. That's all I've got.
Well, I don't really feel like I could give you any advice either. First of all, congratulations on the single. That would be the first thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd say that this is kind of to both of you really, or in response to the previous sort of comment, which was, I completely agree that it's going to be about bringing it in front of people, and the whole seeing is believing thing, I think, is why a band and an artist or a music and a person standing on stage is still the most visceral, powerful thing you could ever do. And if it's based around that, I think you can't really go that far wrong, as long as you remember what was great about standing in front of a singer and a drum kit and a bassist. And then I'd also finish on the fact that if we are at the cusp of this huge shift in this revolutionary moment, I don't think the answers are going to come from Silicon Valley and from a tech company with a nice PDF. I think it's going to come from artists, and artists have always pushed it forward more and quicker because we have only one motivation, and that's to create something incredible.
Agreed.
Preach.
I think it's incredibly, you said preach it, Roman. I think that's an incredibly powerful and poetic way to end the conversation. So Isabel Garvey, MD at Abbey Road Studios, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Roman Rapek, who's the founder of Overview Arc, thank you very much. And Becca, incredible artist, thank you. So if we can, let's just play out with a little bit of Becca's first and next single. All right, thanks guys.
Yay.
Be there when you're faded. left you naked. You know that I'll be there. I'll be there.
Oh, guys, thank you so much. What an amazing, informative, inspiring session. I feel like I've learned so much, not just in this amazing session, but throughout the day. And I think there's a very clear message coming through, is that artists, being artists, will use their incredible creativity to find a way forward, to help us connect, to help us find meaning, of course, in these difficult times. Thank you so much for joining us. Do, as always, check in the expo, and do try and connect with each other. I think Becca made a really good point that it's about our connections and our capital and the relationships that we build up with people that we're going to get through these isolated times. So there is a new networking tool on the CogX platform. Check in, see who else is there, and see if you can spark up a conversation, and you never know where it might go. We are going to take a very short break, but we'll be back here at noon, and we're going to be talking about leadership, creativity, and the Logitech story with the CEO of Logitech, Bracken Darrell, and the amazing designer, Innie Archibong. Thank you so much, and we'll see you very shortly. Hello, welcome back to CogXtra. My name is Eleanor O'Keefe. I'm the editorial director of CogX, and it is my enormous pleasure to be introducing this next session. It is entitled Leadership, Creativity, and the Logitech Story. And we're really delighted to be welcoming the CEO of Logitech, Bracken Darrell, and the extraordinary young, very hot designer, Innie Archibong. They're going to be in conversation with FT columnist Joy Ladico, and I please, if you are here, which I wish we were, please give them a very warm welcome. Over to you, Joy.
Thanks, Eleanor. And hello to both our guests today. First up is Bracken Darrell, who is the CEO and president of Logitech. And also joining us is Innie Archibong, who's an internationally renowned designer and a creative consultant now for Logitech. Bracken, hello, Innie. Bracken, first of all, could I just ask you just to describe yourself? It's very easy to give people a set of kind of list of titles and so forth, but could you talk a little bit about your work and what you're most proud of within Logitech?
Yeah, I've been at Logitech for 8 years, and you know, I really, when I came to Logitech, my goal was to create a design company, and I don't think we're there yet, but we're on our way, and I guess I'm proud that we've made a tremendous amount of progress. We're worth 13 times more today than we were 8 years ago, which I think is exactly what design can do for a company, and I can't wait to see what's next, especially with Innie.
And Innie, you've had an extraordinary dizzying rise over the last few years. Can you just tell me a little bit about your story? How do you explain yourself to other people when they ask you the question, who are you, what do you do?
Yeah, this is usually a difficult one to answer. I guess I consider myself a creative, first and foremost. Design is one of my most, I guess you could say, proficient languages to create within. I also create music and, you know, do all sorts of other expressions, but since design is the area where I'm most known, I guess the biggest benchmarks would probably be the serif table for Bernhard Design, which is the first piece of furniture I designed, an office table, while I was in school at Art Center. I did a collection for Say. I was the 4th designer that they selected to do a collection for them, and the Hermes watch that I designed came out last year, and you know, looking toward the future, I'm working with Friedman Benda Gallery and designing a collection for Knoll.
And you come onto Logitech as a creative consultant as well.
Yes, yeah, and doing what I'm doing with Logitech is, I mean, it's somewhat of a departure from what I've been doing the most of the past few years, but in a sense, not that much of a departure, because every time I work with a client, it's based on understanding the brand, and there's always a bit of consulting involved when figuring out what to design for them. So even though this is definitely a new adventure that we're going on here, it's definitely leaning into, you know, skill sets that I've been utilizing over the years.
So Bracken, I presume we're not yet going to tell the entire world what Innie is designing for you, but could you give me an idea, first of all, why you chose Innie to bring him on board as a creative consultant? And secondly, would you be able to just expand a little bit on what the principles of the designs of the products you have are? What are the things that get you excited? What are the things your designers produce and you say, yeah, that's the thing we're going for?
Yeah, so to answer your question, why Innie? I mean, I found Innie in a design magazine, and I didn't find Innie. I found the chair he designed first, and I thought, who designed that? And then when I dug back into it, I found Innie, and then Innie and I met with his partner in Lausanne, and you know, it was really love at first sight for me, and I immediately thought, you know, we can work with this guy, and so Alistair Curtis, who's my head of design, and I, you know, put our heads together quickly and said, this is just a really good fit. So why Innie? Because, you know, I think Innie is an incredibly creative thinker, not only a traditional designer, but our industrial designer, but really an incredibly creative thinker who operates across a very wide range of areas, you know, personally, from, you know, music to furniture to, yeah, watches, and if you don't, most people watching, you probably don't realize how wide we are. You know, we went from 8 categories to 30 over the last 8 years. So we're in a wide range of things, and our ambitions are to go much wider and much deeper. And Innie's a terrific fit for that. In terms of our principles of design, yeah, I ran Braun for several years, 4 years, and I really learned Dieter Rams' 10 principles of design. But I felt like, you know, this is a new era, and we need a new set of principles for Logitech. So we have 5 principles of design. I won't go through them now, but they start with one big idea, and that's kind of speaks for itself. I'll give you an example if you want later. And then the second one is that it should have a soul that expresses itself through every layer of the experience, and that's about, you know, first having soul and then being consistent throughout the entire experience.
And what we're talking about in terms of Logitech, we're talking about products which normally might just get categorized as mice, keyboards, headsets, peripherals, and so forth. But actually, what you're trying to do is create them as a product which will actually look beautiful inside your office, your home, your lives.
Yeah, it's about more than physical aesthetics. It's about experience. We really think experience first, aesthetics second. Great. In fact, if you design a great experience, it's beautiful by design. I think and Any definitely feels that way. We feel that way. So we do want our products to be beautiful, but that's not the primary objective.
Okay. And Inni, I mean, you actually cover a kind of very broad range of design, and there is some mixing of styles. And I think it very much looks like you're finding a beautiful voice when you talk about the language of design. And you work with everything from kind of glass, leather, furniture design. I've seen some beautiful, are they lamps perhaps for Amen and Amen? What are the things when you sit down and think about a project? What are the kind of principles that you go back to before you start designing something?
I think that from the beginning of when I decided to be a designer, it was always about elevating the people that would come in contact with the things that I design. So coming from that standpoint, it's always about having an experience that in some way, shape, or form elevates your consciousness, your spirituality, or even just your efficiency and productivity, or even simply just your enjoyment of life. So from that standpoint, it always made sense to me to try to reach for whatever could be considered timeless. That's a major part of what goes into everything that I design. And, as far as timelessness goes, I think there's usually a sense of purity that comes along with objects that achieve, a sort of timeless feeling. And there's also, the idea that we spend so much time in sort of like a mundane reality, the way that we work and operate, day to day. So there's also a hope that my objects can help people to escape that mundane sense and maybe touch something sublime. And I think also one of the things that I think is important to point out too with Logitech is that I think one of the beautiful things about Logitech and why I think Bracken and I got along so well from the beginning is that we very much agree that there are other forms of efficiency and productivity that people might not be paying so much close attention to. The standards by which we judge the tools that we're using tend to be about a type of productivity that comes out of feeding commerce. And for people to really operate at their highest level, I think the products should in some way allow them to tap into their higher selves when they're using them.
That's assuming we all have higher selves at the moment. Bracken, can I ask you two questions? First of all, you mentioned the big idea, and you said you'd give me an example of this. Would you be able to give me an example of this? The second question is that, as well as obviously leading a design department, or having a design department with whom you discuss products regularly and talk about it, there is also something within an institution or an organization or a business that sparks the creativity. How is it that you actually get people within Logitech to not just be sitting there drawing beautiful things on bits of paper, but actually feeling that kind of creative spirit that tunes in with the company? So the big idea, and how do you foster the creative spirit?
Yeah, I'll use a product as an example for your first question, which is, what's the big idea? When we were designing a product that's actually launching now, it's in pre-order. It's called UE Fits, and I don't know whether it's going to be successful or not. Like most of our products, when we really push the envelope on something, we don't know, and that's okay. But this one has a very interesting origin, which is, as we talk to more and more people who are wearing earphones, especially those wearing a lot of time, we found people felt they were uncomfortable, or that they wouldn't stay in, especially as we went wireless, that they wouldn't stay in. So we really wanted to have an earphone that was completely yours, 100% yours. You have a tendency to look at an earphone and say it's a white piece of plastic, or it's It's something we all use every day. It's very functional, but not one that is completely mine, almost an extension of me. And so we started with 8 years ago, actually, on this project, trying to figure out, can we create a customized earphone that you could have quickly? And when we started 8 years ago, our first example was actually took 6 weeks. Today, as of in about a month, you'll be able to order one where you can download an app, open the box, take them out, put them in your ears, push the button, and in 60 seconds, they'll be customized to each ear, which is unique, and every single ear in the world is unique. So that big idea of making an earphone that's really an extension of you is an example. In terms of tapping creative potential in an organization, I wouldn't pretend to be an expert at this. I think it's a trial and error process that Logitech's been on for 39 years, and we're going to keep on it. But I do think we're a super fun place to work, because you do feel like you kind of have freedom to run. I always say, I've got 25 direct reports. And if you have 25 reports, you're not managing them. They're just running. Or I'm not running the company. The company's running, and I'm part of it. So what we try to do is really give people the freedom to do what they logically think they should be doing. And that often means that they can do something creative and fun. And so we're trying to be more and more like that. Our engagement survey would say we are, but I think we still have a long way to go to really be as creative as we could be.
It's interesting that you actually detach yourself from the idea that you're leading the organization. The organization is there, and you're one of the great cogs in the wheel. The way you work is actually somewhat different in that you have a design process, and then you have to talk to collaborators, fabricators, in order to get it done. How do you make sure that whatever you have that has moved through you creatively is then relayed onto everybody you've got to work with? And I'm presuming in the current climate, a lot of that is remote.
Yeah, I think when it comes to process, everything that I design, it always ends up creating a new process. So the one thing that I try to maintain is the type of flexibility that allows me to adapt kind of on the spot whenever anything comes up during the design process. And in order to do that, it's really about figuring out a way to stay intuitive throughout my entire workflow. And working with collaborators, it's important for me to make sure that I put them in a position where they can also operate from a place of intuition, rather than trying to be overly descriptive about what I want. It's really more so about learning about what their specialty or expertise is, and figuring out how I can adapt my vision, sometimes literally on the spot when I'm working with a craftsman, so that I can fulfill the need of the object, but also work within their constraints to create the best thing.
And you seem to be able to do that incredibly well, because a lot of your objects have beautiful flow in them, and almost they feel sort of almost like they've got gravity defying designs in terms of their delicacy. You must come up against a number of technical challenges all the time when you're talking to collaborators. I don't know whether you could talk about one in particular and how you manage to keep the creativity going through essentially the physical limits of what can be done. Yeah.
One example that is really clear in my mind is I did a series of lamps called the Formentera collection. And, the inspiration came to me while I was on the beach in Formentera during the sunset. If anybody that's seen the Balearic sunset knows what I'm talking about, the way the colors are vivid and the very specific kind of feeling you get with the sun setting on the water there. And, when I came back and wanted to do some lamps that captured that feeling, I went to the glass blower that I work with, and we were going back and forth and trying to figure out what would be the best way to make the mold and, all of these things. And, on the spot, I just had to, instead of being technical and working with drawings and all of that, I just described to him exactly what the feeling is that I was trying to capture. And from that point, we, all of the things that had been drawn before get thrown out the window. You grab a piece of charcoal or a pencil, whatever's close by, and literally just draw a singular curve that I felt like encompassed the feeling of all of the colors of the sunset dripping from the sky and hitting the floor right in front of you. And when I described that to him, you know, and we talked about it, he realized there's no reason to make a mold. Let's just, you know, stand up on a really high ladder and blow a piece and literally let it drop into an old mold, you know, and kind of captured in that moment. So every single one of the lamps ends up being completely unique. And the only thing that's the same is the process that came out of our kind of creative figuring out in that moment.
Bracken, are you ready for this at Logitech?
We're so ready. I love it. I can just listen to it.
Good. Listen, the other thing that's happened to many of us in the last 6 months is there's been a radical shift in how we actually work and kind of interact with physical objects, real life, the spaces around us. Logitech in particular is kind of doing all the peripherals that we would be using far more now at home than we might be in the office if we were an office-based worker. People who are actually interacting with your designs will be doing so presumably in rather different settings than you first imagined. Is this changing what Logitech is, the direction Logitech is going on in terms of how it's thinking about its future products and whether they're in fact more for home office use now than regular office use? And Innie, how does the fact that we now inhabit our home as workspaces change how we interact with physical objects? Can I go to you first, Bracken, on the Logitech take on the move to home working?
Yeah, we've been on the home working part of the aspect of life now is not new to us. I mean, we're really driving our business behind 4 or 5 large secular trends. One of them is, you know, people are increasingly working from anywhere, and that included a big component of home. Now, of course, home is the only place most people are working, but that will go back to something closer to the old way soon. So we've been on this for a while, and I think that was kind of part of what we thought. One of the realities of the way I think about Logitech is when we're at our very, very best, you know, what we're designed for is to make whatever the content you're working with, the person you're talking with through our video equipment, what we do should disappear and your experience should take over, so that you can really, as Innie said, so you can really get to the highest level of experience in whatever you're passionate about, or whoever you're talking with, or whatever you're creating at the moment. And so that's as true in the office as it is at home. In some ways, that's easier to do at home. So no, I don't think it's a big change for us. It's actually we've been evolving there for 8 years.
Okay, and you've also been involved in telehealth and remote educational projects as well, which I presume have also come to the fore in the past few months.
Yeah, it's really satisfying or gratifying to be part of the solution. You know, where in a finger snap weekend, you know, people went from the old way to the new way, and the new way was, you know, working at home and doing video like we are now almost all the time, and then students working from their dining room tables or kitchen tables with their parents sitting next to them and a teacher somewhere else. And, you know, it was really exciting because we became relevant again. You know, I think in some ways we drifted out of relevancy in many of our categories, at least out of the mainstream discussion, and we kind of got back. And it's really an honor and a privilege to be part of it. And we take it very seriously. So we're doubling down on education and health.
Okay, and Innie, we've got this sort of heightened sense of our personal space at the moment because of this change. How does it affect you and how you think about what you're creating for people's lives?
I mean, to be honest, that part hasn't changed that much. I think most of the things that I'm creating that enter into people's spaces, I don't think that they were generally thinking about them in relation to how they work before. So I think that is what's changed more than anything, is that I think people are probably now finally asking themselves, why does my space look and feel the way that it does? When people were spending so much time in the office and the home was more or less a place to, you know, gather with family, eat, sleep, and then go back to work, I think it made it easier for people to not pay so much attention to how the objects in their spaces were affecting their ability to be creative, for example. I think now that people are working from home, they're hopefully realizing that homework, working from home, opens up the opportunity to apply creativity to whatever your task is. Creativity isn't just regulated to those of us that are designers. You can think creatively about anything that you're doing. So how is your space inspiring to you, and how do the objects in your space stay out of your way or catalyze, your creativity when you're working from home? And, those are questions that I think are very interesting, and one of the reasons that it's really exciting to be working with that.
Okay. I wanted to sort of move the discussion on from the actual discussion of design itself to a broader discussion of sort of values as to how various, how both of you conduct yourselves in the world, how you create what you create based on a set of values underneath it. I want to start on this on a slight tangent. Both of you have a Californian and a Swiss connection, which I sort of, when I was checking your CVs, I thought, that's very odd, partly because there's such different cultures, and you've clearly you've spanned both. I just want to talk a little bit about how you think that may have affected your thinking about your organizations, what you've imbibed culturally that may have changed those. Bracken, can I start with you? So Logitech has got a base in Switzerland, but obviously is big in California.
Yeah, I mean, we were created simultaneously in California and in Switzerland by a French Swiss man named Daniel Borel and two Italians. So we've always had this connection between California and Switzerland. I think, I think you can feel the combined cultures inside the company. Once you've been there a little while, you feel the entrepreneurism, the positive. Anybody can do something. Anybody can create something. Good can happen every day. That I think comes out of the California surf, and yet we have this incredible reliability and performance and focused on premium creation, even if we're not always a premium product. You can feel that it's in the light, it's in the blood of the company, and so I think those two really come together very nicely for us. We've also got an Asian component that makes us very fast. I mean, we're shockingly fast to most people who come in from the outside, and I think that's being driven by China speed. So. And we've been in all three places for a very long time. We're a 39-year-old company.
Okay. And Inni, did you grew up in California and then you went to study in Lausanne? Is that correct?
Yeah, by way of Singapore first.
Okay. But, highly international. And what did you feel when you got to Lausanne? What did you carried with you? What were the culture clashes? What was the stuff you learned when you got there?
I mean, there were, very different cultural norms, but I think that because of my time in Singapore and also just my approach to life in general, whenever I'm in a new city, especially moving there, my goal is to be as empathetic as possible and try to see things from the perspective of the people that live there. So, the adjusting wasn't that difficult, but I do think it's interesting that coming from a place like Southern California, where I guess you could say freedom and kind of doing as you will is the norm, and then coming to a place where the people are very not necessarily regimented, but they're just very organized, and things happen in a very kind of routine way. It actually, I feel like, helped augment and balance the things that I took with me from California to make me a better businessman, a better designer, working with constraints, a bit better. And then there's the parts that very much overlap. I think from a professional standpoint, growing up in Southern California, there is the Californian version of hand craftsmanship that is so strong here in Switzerland. And, doing all my early projects, and when I was at Art Center, I worked with a lot of people in the automotive industry or in the film industry as set makers, and who had a lot of craft to help achieve the visions I had. So getting to Switzerland and finding, it's like a plethora of craftsmen and people that have been practicing for generations, it allowed me to know how to step in there and work with them in a way that will achieve the best results.
So I always think it's no accident that Switzerland both is well known for the cuckoo clock, or in fact all its watchmanship, and also railways. And although those seem like stereotypes, it is both those things are about precision engineering, which I think goes into their whole mindset. So across. Now, one of the things you mentioned was that the point about being a South Californian is that you have a sense of freedom. Now, what has been happening over the last decade is there's been a lot of pushback from the rest of the world against that kind of Californian freewheeling style of doing business. Bracken, have you found, I don't want to name any companies in particular, but Bracken, have you found a kind of that there has been a pushback against that style of business? And how do we correct that? What sort of values do you have to have as a company so that you do not fall into that kind of trap of negative media over the kind of big ballsy Californian freewheeling drive?
I think the negative media has kind of focused on privacy and really the massive platforms that the largest companies in the world now offer to all of us, which are both huge benefits and also risks. And I think they certainly do dominate the media. But in terms of dominating the experience of your life, your daily life, I think there are a million other companies and doing both services and products that are anything but that. And so I actually don't worry too much about that. I think we operate in this really cool space where we can touch people's daily lives in a way where we're either invisible or we're enhancing it in a meaningful way. And so I'm kind of not too preoccupied with it. I think if you are one of these large platform players, I think they're all very aware of what an incredible not only responsibility they have, the spotlight they have on them. And I think they'll keep evolving because they're as much a public figure as they are a public company.
Okay, but no company operates in a moral vacuum. And if you look at kind of Logitech's CSR, you've been doing quite a lot of work at the moment, particularly on sustainability, on having social impact in what you do. I presume some of those drives have come directly from you.
Yeah, they have. They have. You mentioned. You suggested two different social responsibilities. One is the sustainability. That one didn't come from me. I had the exact same passion when I worked at Braun from that point and before. But it was also already in Logitech. We've been working on sustainability for over 10, 12 years, and actually even further back than that. And we're really making a difference. We're going to be carbon labeling every package. We're rated in the top. We're number one of 19 companies, the only tech company named by World Finance Magazine for environmental sustainability. So we're really all over this. It's incredible passion. The one that it's ironic because I grew up with, but I didn't take advantage of my platform was really doing the right thing for minorities that aren't getting the right level of representation and respect and treatment. And in the U.S., you've got Black Lives Matter has become such a focus. And it has become such a focus for me. I have an incredible passion for that. And I won't stop in my career or in my life until I feel like we've really leveled the playing field and treated everyone, including the Black community, the way they should be. And it's been terrible in the U.S. and in many other parts of the world for a very long time. So there's a lot to do.
And how do you try and change a company to make sure that it absorbs that message and responds to not just social pressure, but the general moral rightness of doing that?
It starts by admitting your mistakes, and I've personally made so many. I didn't use my platform early enough or nearly enough to try to make a difference. And every person who's in an organization of any size has an opportunity to make a big difference, and a big difference inside their company and a big difference outside. So that's one. So we use the platform, talk about it. Second one is do something about it. So we really laid out specific plans we're executing, and we're going to get stuff done. We're not going to be sitting around. The cool thing about today is I think there are a lot of people like me who feel, wow, where was I? And well, I'm here now, and we're really going to make a difference. And I think there are so many people at the top organizations, probably some listening to this, and people throughout organizations are saying, we're not going to sit here 20 years from now and have the same slow progress that we had the last 20.
And you can't do that all over again. Can I just go back to your sustainability policy? One of the things I looked at several times, a carbon neutral gaming policy. Now, those two things don't ever seem to have kind of merged into the same idea. I don't think of the gaming community as particularly kind of environmental. Why do you, how exactly do you do that? And what is exactly is the appeal to gamers by letting them know that they're being carbon neutral?
Well, it's a value of the company. So even if gamers weren't interested in it, we would be doing it. But many are interested, and more will be. You know, everybody knows that we need. Almost everybody realizes that we need to get control of our carbon output so that we can get control of global warming. It's the only way this planet will be healthy and a great place to live in 20 and 30 years. In terms of gaming, carbon neutrality, we did two things. We do two things. One is we try to design for lower carbon production, and the second one is where we can't, we're trying to buy offsets or invest in other things that can offset what we're doing. And so in the case of gaming, that's what we've done. So we've offset all of the entire business is carbon neutral, and we'll be bringing that to the rest of our business over time, while we're improving and reducing the amount of carbon in our products and labeling exactly how much is put out in the making and using of our products, so that every consumer has a choice and understands it. And eventually we hope other companies will do the same thing, so they can compare, like calories on a label. Should I buy this one or that one?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite revolutionary in itself. Ini, what do you have a stance on environmental sustainability, or is that something that you can just sort of devolve to the companies with which you're doing partnerships?
I think that the companies that I do work with, I definitely think about that when deciding who to work with, and beyond also just the sustainability part, but more so what type of people I'm going to be working with morally. But when it comes to sustainability, I think for the type of work that I generally do and design, my approach to sustainability is to create things that don't end up in landfill, right? Things that hopefully don't end up being thrown away. And operating in the luxury space, you know, that's kind of one of the tenets of the type of luxury companies that I want to work with. Companies that strive for timelessness and things of that nature. So when I think about sustainability in my product design and the objects I create, I try to make sure that it's an heirloom and something that people would want to pass down from generation to generation.
So sustainable in a historic sense. So I didn't think mass production was one of the things you would have to worry about at night sleep.
Not generally.
But presumably you would quite like your aesthetic and your idea that things can have a permanence, objects can have a permanence, to spread beyond just purely the luxury sector.
100%. I mean,
collaboration with Logitech.
There are obviously challenges associated with that, and a lot of those challenges beyond, you know, what I understand in terms of like the business of mass production and things of that nature. But again, you know, working with Logitech and was for me about the meeting that I had with Bracken. You know, and knowing that, you know, as long as I'm working with somebody and somebody who's running a company that comes from the standpoint that Bracken comes from, then I can trust that whatever can be done towards sustainability is being done. And then however I can creatively think about how electronics and tools that Logitech makes could, you know, be creatively rethought from a design standpoint to encourage sustainability and long lastingness and things about obsolescence, then, you know, I can do my best to contribute there as well.
Which I presume is something when, you know, Bracken, you're talking about having customized earphones, that again, that's an object that you don't need to have to, you know, I've got a great drawer full of, you know, headphones that just come and go, and which I have no emotional attachment because there's nothing special to me about it. And I'm presuming if you are driving towards producing beautiful products, those things then have a longevity to them.
Absolutely. That's, you know, we are always aiming to have something that lasts forever, you know, that in the hands and the hearts of the people who buy our products, and where they don't, which of course they don't when you're making a mouse and a keyboard, we want them to stay in circulation in another way, which is we want to recycle and recirculate. And so, you know, we're headed towards more and more recirculation of our products where they don't last forever. And for example, we have mice that are completely recycled plastic now. We're going there in our total product line over time.
Okay. Inni, you've taken on a big commission, haven't you? You're going to be doing the Biennale's Pavilion of the Diaspora. Could you tell me about how that commission came about? And that's a very big public commission. Did you find it challenging taking on something that was an interface with the public like this?
Yes, I do find it challenging.
You said not all modest.
Well, it actually came about in a pretty interesting way.
Could you tell us a little bit about the project, first of all?
Yes. So the pavilion, essentially the London Design Biennale is, every 2 years, and each country that participates selects a designer or architect to create a pavilion that is somehow representative of the country, its values or message that's trying to be pushed out there. So when I was approached to do a pavilion, it didn't quite make sense to me to represent, the U.S. where I was born and grew up, considering I hadn't lived there in, about 8 years. And, I didn't see myself necessarily representing the U.S. In its current state, and I felt like somebody else would be better equipped to do that. So I started to think about, what in my life as kind of a global citizen, what flag do I wave? What do I represent, and who are my I guess you could say kinfolk that I find around the world. And it became very clear pretty quickly that in all of my travels and all the places that I've lived, it's when I see other faces that look like mine, or other people that are coming from the African continent, at whatever time, there's a feeling of a bond and safety and togetherness. So that essentially is what spawned the Pavilion of the Diaspora. It's really about creating a venue and a platform for the people of the diaspora, and to start the dialogue about how we can have the sort of togetherness that you see with others, when they have a common goal with their countrymen.
And the design itself is a kind of a larger than life conch shell.
Not exactly, but it was. So the original inspiration did come from the conch shell. The way that I work is to get the conceptual framework. I try to find metaphors, or find something fantasy oriented. So the conch shell really came from this idea that no matter what shores we landed on, there's this magic shell, and loosely based on the conch shell, but a mythological shell that, when raised and blown through, can send a trumpet call that can be heard by the people of the diaspora around the world. And it started with the conch shell because historically and mythologically it's considered Triton's horn, and it has that quality. But in our research, we started to really look at shells in general, and the geometry of shells that allow it to have this trumpet blast, but also other shells that have connection to the continent. So now it's a bit of a blend between cowrie shell and the conch shell. And I think the cowrie is important because it used to be currency, and it's a currency that was not only used in Africa but also spread to other places. And I think it's with everything that's going on right now, I think an important conversation is about the contributions of the people of the diaspora, and the fact that for so long, for so many generations, there was not proper compensation or recognition for all of the contributions. So, there's not only our voices being heard, but there's also the fact that we deserve a proper place within the economic spectrum of what's going on in the world.
This is a public commission. There is an aspect of the political about it, as you've just alluded to there. Should design be more than just about aesthetics?
Those are two different things to me. I mean, first, I don't consider myself particularly political, and I don't even really see this as something that is political in nature. I think it's really just an acknowledgement of the objective truth of what has gone on and what the situation is. I think that it has become politicized by the entities that can see an advantage from in a political realm from this topic being part of that discussion. But from my standpoint, it's not a political thing, it's a human thing, and it's about being clear about the history of humanity and the status of humanity and what's appropriate for all of humanity to thrive and survive. So from that standpoint, it can be viewed as political by whoever is viewing it or whoever is talking about it, but for me, there's not really a political bent. And then as far as aesthetics, I think that there is definitely space for design to be solely aesthetic. I do think that the approach of just creating aesthetic design is kind of blissfully ignorant of the fact of the impact of objects on our psyches. So without having deeper thought that goes into the things that we're creating, then we're missing the opportunity to be of benefit to others, A, and B, we are putting things into the world that could potentially have negative effects that we didn't anticipate. So for me, design is never going to be purely aesthetic, but because of my skill set and because of my approach, the aesthetics are a key ingredient to achieving the greater goal of the thing I'm designing.
Okay, I'm really looking forward to seeing it. And Bracken, I assume your design engineers are going to be examining the physics and sound waves in a conch shell to try and work out very well. Listen, I just want to ask a final question to both of you. What are you optimistic about as in terms of your businesses, your practice, leadership, and so forth as the world goes forward? And what are you pessimistic about? Ini, could I start with you?
Okay.
Just a little question.
What am I optimistic about? I'm optimistic about the fact that we can clearly see the trajectory of the raising consciousness of people around the world. Even though there's strife and even though there are problems, I think they are an indication that we are able to conceptualize a bit more accurately how the world is supposed to be. So that makes me optimistic about the future. And as far as pessimism, I don't really leave a lot of room for pessimism in my life. So I don't really have an answer for that. Sorry.
And Bracken.
I was going to say the same thing about pessimism. I think one of the things that brings Annie and me together is that we're both practical optimists and maybe even dreamers. I think on the optimistic side, I've never been so optimistic. We're sitting in the middle of this pandemic with a second wave somewhere there in the near distance, we think. And yet I see the most creative period in human history right now. And I think it's happening right before our eyes, virtually and physically. And the coolest thing, maybe beyond that, is that what seems like it used to take 3 years is taking 3 days, or maybe 30 years. And so one of the massive changes I believe we've all seen is that we got accustomed to the idea that change takes time, even though why should it sometimes? And then in one weekend, in many parts of the world, we made the biggest change in education and in healthcare that we've ever made. And instantly we were all doing virtual education and telehealthcare. And I think maybe the single most exciting thing about that is not the fact that happened. It's the fact that it's probably primed our brains and primed our culture for fast change for the future. So we can evolve faster. We can get to a better place faster now. I really believe that, and it's up to those of us who are running organizations or creating things with people like Annie to take advantage of that and make it real.
That's brilliant. Thank you both for your time. Thank you both for your insights. And I look forward to seeing what comes of this collaboration. A big thank you to Bracken Darrell and to Innie Archibald. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Joy, Innie, Bracken, gosh, what an extraordinary conversation that was. I don't think that we could have had a better illustration of the power of creativity to elevate us and to get us through some extraordinary times, both good and bad. It's been an absolute honor to have you with us, and I'm so delighted that you could make it all happen. And thank you too to our audience for joining us, for tuning in. If you are watching live, please do join us for the Creative Industries Trade and Investment Board Roundtable, which is happening right now in the Global Leadership Network. So if you are a member, do sign up and join in now, because there will be some fascinating discussions about Createch under lockdown. And then do please mark your calendars and come back and join us next week, because next week at next week at CogXtra, we're going to be looking at startups to scale-ups. Build, 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 which is what, of course, many of us spend a lot of our time thinking about. We're going to be looking at fundraising, at the new C-suite, and at building extraordinary products. So please do mark your diary and join us then. Thank you so much for joining us. Please do share the links, spread the word. Everything can be viewed on YouTube afterwards. It's been an honor to be with you. Thank you.